Shesmu first emerges from the shadowy corners of history in the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, more than 4,000 years ago. In these earliest inscriptions, he is a guardian of the underworld, a protector, a force that defends the souls of the dead during their perilous journey through the afterlife. At first glance, Shesmu seems like a benevolent figure, especially within the cult of Osiris, where he plays a vital role in assisting the dead. But Shesmu isn't a gentle psychopomp, like Anubis. His kindness comes wrapped in savagery. His justice is soaked in blood. He took on the title Lord of Blood, a name both reverent and terrifying. But perhaps most ominous of all, Shesmu was hailed as the executioner of the enemies of Ra. When the sun god Ra journeyed through the night in his solar bark, he was hunted by serpents and demons of chaos. Shesmu was his butcher, his divine enforcer. He would seize these fiends, decapitate them, crush them like grapes, and pour their blood into sacred vats. Without Shesmu, the sun would not rise. Order would collapse. He is both the gentle oil presser and the merciless head smasher, a god who could sanctify you with perfumes or drown you in the blood of your enemies. In the golden sunlight of Egypt's temples and vineyards, Shesmu wore a gentler face. He was not just the god of death, but of delight. Shesmu was the divine patron of winemakers, oil pressers, and perfumers, those who transformed raw nature into sacred luxury. He was believed to control the pressing of grapes into wine, the extraction of oils from olives, and the delicate blending of fragrant perfumes used in ritual and burial. In ancient Egypt, wine was no ordinary beverage. It was sacred. It was offered daily to the gods in temples, poured into chalices on altars, or sealed in jars and buried with the dead. Wine symbolized divine pleasure, transformation, and vitality, a drink worthy of immortals. Shesmu earned colorful epithets in this gentler role. He was called the Lord of the Winepress, and even he who makes the gods drunk. Imagine that. While Shesmu crushed the heads of Ra's enemies by night, by day he was pressing vintage reds for divine feasts in the afterlife. When the sun sets in Egypt, the gods go to war, and among them walks Shesmu. In his darkest form, he is an executioner, a divine butcher, a being who upholds the sacred balance by violently destroying those who threaten it. With blades drawn, he slaughters demons, spirits of disorder, and purifies the cosmos through sacred violence. He appears in funerary texts and temple inscriptions as a judge and punisher of the damned. He executes the enemies of the gods, tears apart the souls of the wicked, and guards the gates through which only the righteous may pass. To the ancient Egyptians, they believed that to create, you must also destroy. That beauty and brutality are not opposites, but partners in the eternal dance of balance. That sometimes the path to order runs through chaos, and that behind every sacred offering lies a shadow. In the heart of the ancient Egyptian household, where gods weren't distant figures on temple walls, but active living presences in everyday life, Taweret reigned supreme. She belonged to the people, and above all, she was the fierce guardian of pregnant women and children. When a woman went into labor in ancient Egypt, it was a dangerous and uncertain moment. Childbirth was sacred, but it was also risky. That's where Taweret came in. She was invoked in prayers, chants, and spells to ward off evil spirits, protect the mother, and ensure a safe delivery. She wasn't feared, she was loved, because like a mother hippo, she fought with relentless fury to protect her young. Small amulets and figurines of Taweret were everywhere. In homes, under pillows, even built into bed frames. Some were made from clay, others from dazzling blue faience. each one carrying a silent prayer for protection. In wealthier homes and palace berths, she even appeared on birth bricks, ceramic supports placed under birthing stools. These bricks were often painted with images of Taweret, lions, and protective symbols, believed to draw divine energy into the room. And then there were the magic wands, beautiful ivory tools curved like a crescent moon, carved with protective spirits and divine animals. Midwives held them during delivery or traced them around the mother's body in protective circles, often invoking Taweret's name. She was believed to stand at the edge of the afterlife, a maternal figure armed to the teeth, fending off chaos as the soul sought rebirth. This was the paradox of Taweret. She looked like a monster, yet she was one of the most beloved deities in Egypt. Because she was a mother, Taweret was never the most majestic goddess. She didn't command temples that scraped the sky or cults of priests in gold-trimmed robes. She didn't rule the heavens or judge the dead. But for the people of ancient Egypt, for mothers, for midwives, for children just taking their first breath, she was everything. Pronounced Yabet, or sometimes Iabtet, her name quite literally means the east or the eastern desert. She was the personification of the eastern horizon, the sacred threshold where each new day began. She was quietly revered, a minor deity in the official pantheon. Every morning as the sun god Ra prepared to rise and journey across the sky, it was Iabet who greeted him at the gates of the east. She symbolized rebirth, cleansing, and the powerful stillness of dawn. In some texts, she's even called the goddess of freshness, the eastern horizon, a place where the soul could be made whole again, washed in the first light of morning. And so, Iabet became an emblem of spiritual cleansing and eternal return. In Egyptian solar mythology, Iabet had a crucial, if often overlooked, role. She stood at the eastern gate of the sky, welcoming Ra back into the world after his perilous journey through the underworld each night. Every dawn was not just another day. It was a victory, a triumph of light over darkness, of life over death. And Iabet was there to purify and prepare Ra for that battle. She appears in solar temples and ancient ritual texts, and the Book of the Dead. She was there in the background, steady as the dawn, reminding Egyptians that the world began anew each morning, not because of worshippers' offerings, but because the divine order held strong. Even though she lacked major temples or formal priesthoods, Iabet's name endured in ritual language for over 1,000 years. The name itself, Nehebkau, sometimes spelled Nehebukau, translates to "he who unites the Ka, the vital essence, your spiritual double, your life force, the part of you that lived on after death." Egyptians believed that the Ka needed food, care, and most importantly, protection. This god wasn't just another member of Egypt's divine bureaucracy, he was primordial. According to some traditions, Nehebkau was one of the few deities to be self-created, not born of any divine parent. He didn't crawl out of the womb of a goddess. He emerged fully formed from the primeval waters of Nun, a being of raw power and cosmic mystery. Nehebkau's form is just as intriguing as his origins. He's usually depicted in one of three forms. As a full serpent, slithering in coils that seem to stretch forever. As a serpent with human arms and legs, combining the divine with the monstrous. And in rarer depictions, especially in magical texts, he appears as a man with a serpent's head. Each form carried meaning. The serpent, in Egyptian thought, wasn't just a symbol of danger. It was also a symbol of eternity, a creature that shed its skin and was seemingly reborn. just like the soul's journey after death. Nehebkau represented both danger and protection, chaos and order. He could constrict or defend. He was as feared as he was revered. In the moment of death, when the soul began to separate from the body, Nehebkau's divine task was to bind the Ka to the corpse, to keep it intact, to prepare it for judgment and the perilous journey through the afterlife. He was a cosmic weaver, stitching soul and flesh together long enough for resurrection to be possible. But his duties didn't stop at the tomb. In the dark passages of the Duat, Egypt's underworld, Nehebkau stood as a guardian. He was said to watch over one of the gates that the dead must pass through, a liminal threshold where only the worthy may tread. He offered protection to those who passed through, guiding the righteous and fending off monsters like the great serpent of chaos, Apophis. He was so powerful, legend says, that only Ra, the sun god himself, could tame him. And when he did, Nehebkau didn't just submit, he joined Ra's eternal battle against the forces of darkness. By the time of the New Kingdom, Nehebkau's image had evolved from a feared, untamed spirit to a revered guardian, a benevolent force that assisted the dead in judgment and even nourished the gods themselves. Nehebkau, the serpent god, became the feeder of the gods. In some texts, he provides them with divine food, the essence of eternity itself. Imagine that. The guardian of souls also sustaining the divine order, a malevolent spirit turned divine helper, a soulbinder and gatekeeper, or a forgotten cornerstone of the Egyptian underworld? Perhaps all of the above. There was another god, one who only appeared after dark, a deity who slipped silently through dreams, one who walked the narrow edge between sleep and nightmare, keeping the demons at bay. This is Tutu, the son of Neith, protector of sleepers, master of the demons of the desert. A god whose job was to defend not the pharaohs, not the great temples, but you. When night fell and the spirits stirred, people didn't call on Ra or Horus. They called on Tutu to keep the nightmares away, to shield them from ghostly attacks, and even the wrath of angry gods. Tutu wasn't born in the golden age of the pyramids. You won't find his name carved into Old Kingdom tombs or listed in early dynastic pantheons. Instead, he emerges much later, during what historians call the late period of Egypt, around 700 to 332 BCE. It was a time of great turmoil and transformation. This was the world that gave rise to Tutu. Not a god for pharaohs or high priests, but for ordinary people, a household god, one you could whisper to when your child had a fever, or when the shadows in your dreams felt too real. His titles reveal his purpose, Son of Neith, linking him to the powerful warrior goddess of creation. He who keeps enemies at a distance, a spiritual bouncer at the edge of your dreams. And perhaps most chilling, master of the demons of the desert. The Egyptian desert wasn't just a harsh landscape, it was seen as a liminal space, home to spirits, serpents, and divine punishment. Tutu ruled this realm not as a destroyer, but as a defender. Tutu's worship likely evolved from a fusion of local protector spirits, lion gods, sphinx guardians, and minor deities who watched over villages. In that way, he wasn't imposed from above. He was built from the fears and faith of the people themselves. When the sun set, it wasn't just darkness that descended. It was when the veil between worlds thinned, when demons, restless spirits, and even vengeful gods were believed to roam free. The people were not defenseless. They had a guardian, one who walked unseen through their dreams. Tutu was more than just a symbol. He stood between them and the spirits that brought disease, madness, or nightmares. His power was invoked in something called oracular dreams. These were sacred experiences where the gods would speak directly to a person during sleep, sometimes with guidance, sometimes with warning, and sometimes with punishment. Temples and chapels devoted to Tutu weren't just for worship. They became dream chambers, quiet places where people would sleep in the presence of the god, hoping to receive visions, or, perhaps more urgently, to be protected from them. He didn't just fend off rogue demons. He could intercede with the gods themselves. If you had sinned or if you feared divine wrath, you didn't beg forgiveness from the gods who were angry. You turned to Tutu. He was the one who could speak on your behalf, a spiritual diplomat. And, if needed, a celestial bodyguard. In a time when even dreams could kill, Tutu made sure his followers woke up. When the sun dipped below the horizon in ancient Egypt, it wasn't just nightfall, it was the beginning of a sacred journey. To the ancient Egyptians, the west wasn't just a direction, it was destiny. It was where life ended and eternity began. Amentet's name literally means the west, and it's no coincidence. In Egyptian belief, the west was the land of the dead. As the sun died each day in the west, so too did the souls of men travel there, seeking peace, rest, and rebirth. She was a greeter of souls, a celestial hostess for the dead. She welcomed them gently to the western lands, the beginning of the afterlife. This heavenly paradise, known as the Field of Reeds, was the Egyptian vision of the perfect afterlife. Abundant crops, no suffering, eternal serenity. Amentet personified that western horizon, a place where mortal pain ended and divine peace began. She offered the newly dead sacred nourishment, bread and water of immortality. She would bring a cup of sweet water, a gentle breeze, and a calm voice. In many tomb inscriptions, even pharaohs prayed for her greeting. She was there to comfort, to ease fear. She was invoked by the living not to prevent death, but to make it bearable. Images and statues of Amentet were often placed inside tombs, silent guardians who would greet the soul and help guide it into the afterlife. Her presence represented hope, gentleness, and reassurance. Amentet reminds us that in the face of the unknown, compassion matters, and even in death, the ancient Egyptians believed there was someone waiting to welcome you. They stood silently beside the dead, watching over lungs, stomachs, liver, and intestines. Not warriors, not kings, but divine guardians, protectors of what lay hidden within the body and what passed beyond, watchers of the organs, defenders of the soul, and sons of one of the most powerful gods of Egypt, Horus. Their names echoed in funerary spells and were etched into tomb walls for over 1,000 years. Kebesenuef, Duamutef, Hapi, and Imseti. The sons of Horus were not sons in the usual sense. They were not born. They were manifested, extensions of Horus's divine power, each taking on a sacred task in the protection of the dead. Their first appearances date back over 4,000 years, to the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, in the coffin texts. A series of funerary spells etched into wooden coffins. They grew in prominence during the New Kingdom, appearing in the famous pyramid texts, and later in the Book of the Dead, where they played a vital role in the soul's journey through the afterlife. Each of the 4 sons was tasked with protecting a specific organ removed during mummification, a sacred act intended to preserve the body for eternity. Each son was paired with a goddess, powerful protectors who embodied maternal strength, healing, and cosmic order. Together, these 8 divine beings formed a circle of protection around the deceased, and the Egyptians took this quite literally. Canopic jars containing the organs were placed in tombs, and images or statues of the 4 sons were carved into the corners of coffins and sarcophagi, forming a divine compass that watched over the dead in every direction. No traveler entered the afterlife without these guardians by their side. One stands watch with piercing vision, the falcon-headed Kebesenuef. His name means, "he who refreshes his brothers," a mysterious title that hints at ritual cleansing. Kebesenuef is the protector of the intestines, one of the most vulnerable organs removed during mummification. The body wasn't just a vessel, it was a temple, and every part of it had to be purified, protected, and honored for the soul's journey through the afterlife. He was paired with the powerful goddess Selket, the scorpion goddess of healing and magical protection. Selket was invoked to repel venom and decay, both literal and symbolic. Her presence beside Kebesenuef may have reflected a shared mission to protect the body from rot, poison, and spiritual corruption. He ruled the West, where the sun set, and where the dead began their journey through the underworld. A jackal's face and a warrior's purpose, Duamutef stands as the vigilant guardian of the stomach. His name, "he who adores his mother," might sound gentle, but Duamutef was anything but passive. The stomach in Egyptian belief was a source of both nourishment and potential corruption. It held dangerous fluids that could rot or defile the body if left unchecked. Duamutef was paired with the goddess Neith, one of the oldest deities in Egypt, a warrior, a huntress, and a primordial mother. He ruled the East, the place of rebirth and resurrection, where the sun rises and life begins anew. He cries at dawn, he mourns for the dead, and he guards the breath of life itself. This is Hapi, the baboon-headed son of Horus, not to be confused with the Nile god of the same name. Through the delicate process of mummification, he ensured the lungs were safely preserved, sheltered from decay, evil forces, and spiritual corruption. He was paired with the goddess Nephthys, the sister of Isis, and the goddess of mourning, magic, and the threshold between life and death. Baboons were believed to wail at the sunrise, raising their voices in prayer. Egyptians saw them as natural mourners, divine criers for the soul's journey. Hapi ruled the north, a direction tied to cold winds, mystery, and divine breath. Imseti, the human-headed son of Horus. His name may mean the kind one or he of the heart, and among the 4 sons he is often seen as the most compassionate, the most human. He guards the liver, an organ the ancient Egyptians believed to hold emotions, vitality, and spiritual purity. He is paired with Isis, the great mother goddess of Egypt, wife of Osiris, mother of Horus, queen of magic, healing, and protection. Imseti rules the south, the direction of warmth, fertility, and the life-giving Nile. They were not kings, nor conquerors, but they stood guard over something just as sacred, the soul's journey beyond death. A figure cloaked in shadow, who marched before kings into battle and led the souls of the dead through the treacherous veil of the afterlife. Wepwawet, a god of war, a god of death, and a god of the desert path, where few dared to tread alone. Before Anubis, it was Wepwawet who stood at the threshold between worlds. He was the scout of the gods, leading armies through enemy lines and guiding souls through the uncharted wilds of the afterlife. A name that means opener of the ways. His earliest mentions trace back to the very beginning of Egypt's dynastic period, around 3100 BCE, in the First Dynasty. He was originally worshipped in the city of Asyut, then known as Lycopolis, or City of the Wolf. And fittingly, Wepwat took the form of a wolf-headed god, often colored in shades of gray or black, a symbol of twilight, transition, and protection. Unlike Anubis, who's more familiar to modern audiences and typically shown with black fur, and a connection to embalming, Wepwawet was older, more primal, a god of the frontier, of battles and thresholds. In Egypt pyramid texts, Wepwawet appears not only as a war deity, but also as a guide to the dead, a powerful opener of celestial and earthly paths. These dual roles, both martial and funerary, made Wepwawet unique. Long before the clash of spears and the roar of battle, the Egyptians called upon a divine scout. In the minds of Egypt's warrior kings, Wepwawet wasn't just a god of death. He was a tactical advantage, invoked at the start of military campaigns to open the way to victory, both physically and spiritually. He was a god of scouts, a divine pathfinder. The pharaoh, considered a living god, was often portrayed as Wepwawet's companion, walking behind him into battle. In this way, Wepwat was not only a war god, but also a divine vanguard, clearing a victorious path for the ruler of Egypt. The journey didn't end at the edge of the battlefield. He was not only a god of war, but also of transition, death, and the mysteries that lie beyond life. But while Anubis prepared the body, Wepwawet opened the way for the soul. To ancient Egyptians, death wasn't an end, it was a journey, and every journey needed a guide in war and in death, in deserts and in the heavens. Wepwawet always led the way. Long before the first hieroglyph was carved into stone, before the pyramids reached toward the heavens, before Osiris judged the dead and Ra sailed across the sky, there was Min. His worship reaches back into the pre-dynastic era, a time before Egypt was even Egypt, thousands of years before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, a time when people still lived in scattered settlements, the written word had not yet emerged, and the desert winds whispered across the empty spaces between tribes, gods, and dreams. It was during this mysterious formative age that Min's cult began to take shape. He wasn't born from myths or royal decrees. He rose from the earth, a force of nature, raw and primal. His earliest worship is traced to Upper Egypt, where two powerful cities, Akhmim and Kift, became strongholds of his devotion. Akhmim, later called Panopolis by the Greeks, was more than a city. It was a spiritual center where Min's rites were practiced with deep reverence. Towering temples, sacred statues, and massive festival processions all grew from these roots. And then there was Kift, ancient Coptos, a city perched at the edge of the vast eastern desert. It was here that Min took on a unique role, not just as a fertility god, but as a protector of desert travelers and caravans. These were dangerous journeys across brutal terrain. Traders, miners, and explorers ventured into the unknown in search of gold, incense, and other riches, and they prayed to Min to guide them, strengthen them, and bring them home. He was life's engine, the fire in the body, the strength in the seed, the pulse in the soil. His many titles reflect the scope of his power. He was called the Great of Magic, a reference not to illusion, but to Heka, the divine creative force. He was the protector of the eastern desert, watching over those who dared to face its silence. And the Lord of the Highlands, master of Egypt's mountainous thresholds where gods and men met, his skin often painted black, not to symbolize death, but the rich, fertile soil of the Nile Valley. Min was the god of fertility. As Egypt evolved, so too did its gods, and Min was no exception. During the New Kingdom, he was merged with Amun, the king of the gods, creating a hybrid deity known as Amun-Min. Later, Min was also associated with Horus, the falcon god and sky deity. As Horus-Min, he fused the power of sight, flight, and dominion with the deep-rooted force of physical creation. Min's legacy wasn't just in statues and titles. It was in the very structure of Egyptian thought, the belief that life is sacred, that fertility is divine, and that creation is an eternal cycle. Look deeper into the body, into the land, into the pulse of life itself. There you'll find Min, silent, ancient, and eternal. In the shadowy halls of Duat, the Egyptian underworld, where the hearts of the dead are weighed, where the gods watch in silence, a creature waits, not for glory, not for worship, but for justice. She is called many things: the devourer of the dead, the eater of souls. Her name is Amit, and to ancient Egyptians she was not merely a monster, she was the last consequence. She had no temple, no priests, no hymns sung in her name. She was a demonic deity, a force, a warning, an eternal guardian of balance. She did not live, but neither did she die. Amit waited silently beside the scales of Mayat, the cosmic principle of truth, balance, and justice. Amit translates to devourer, or more hauntingly, she who swallows the dead. She wasn't a goddess in the traditional sense. She was a cosmic enforcer, a living boundary between the just and the damned. Amit's appearance was no accident. She was a terrifying hybrid of Egypt's most feared beasts. Her head, the crocodile, ruler of the Nile's deadly waters, like the warlike god Sobek. Her torso, the lion, symbol of ferocity and divine wrath, echoing Sekhmet, the lioness of plague. Her hindquarters, the hippopotamus, massive and territorial, like Taweret, protector of childbirth, but when enraged, one of the river's most lethal creatures. Amit was not chaos. She was a guardian of order, of Ma'at. It was a principle. Truth, balance, justice. The very foundation of the universe. In the grand hall of Ma'at, the jackal-headed god Anubis would weigh the heart of the deceased. On the other side of the scale, a single feather, the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth, justice, and cosmic order. To the Egyptians, the heart held a person's true moral record. Every lie, every cruelty, every act of injustice was written there. Standing beside the scale was Thoth, the ibis-headed scribe of the gods. His task was to record the result, impartial, eternal, divine. If the heart was found equal to or lighter than the feather, the soul was deemed pure, and it passed into the fields of reeds, Egyptian paradise, where joy and plenty never ended. If the heart was heavier, burdened with sin, deceit, and injustice, it was too late for repentance. Below the scales, Amit waited in silence, not to hunt, not to chase. She was no predator. She was a consequence. And when the heart failed the test, she devoured it whole. The soul was not sent to hell. It was not tortured. It was annihilated. No afterlife, no rebirth, no second chance, only oblivion. She's a goddess of mystery, a midwife to pharaohs, and a guardian of childbirth lost in the sands of time. This is Tenenet, the ancient Egyptian goddess of birth, protection, and destiny. Though her name is rarely mentioned alongside Egypt's most famous deities, her role was no less vital. In a civilization that revered the mystery of life and death, childbirth was a sacred threshold, and Tenenet stood at its gate. She was the spiritual force called upon to protect mothers in labor, to bless the first breath of the newborn. And in royal households, it was she who ensured the safe arrival of future pharaohs, because every empire begins with a single birth, and Tenenet was there to witness them all. In the language of ancient Egypt, Tenenet, also spelled Chenenet or Tenenit, is believed to mean to nurse or the act of suckling, a name that speaks directly to nourishment, motherhood, and the sacred role of giving life. Some scholars believe the name may be linked to the Egyptian word for beer, tenenet, a drink that was more than just a beverage. In the temples and homes of ancient Egypt, beer was a symbol of sustenance and a powerful offering in rituals. In a pantheon crowded with maternal goddesses, Tenenet often blended into others. Her identity overlapped with Isis, the ultimate mother goddess, Hathor, the joyful nurturer, and Meshkenet, the goddess of fate and birth. Unlike her more famous counterparts, Tenenet rarely stood at the center of grand myths. Instead, she worked quietly behind the veil of daily life, invoked not in public spectacle, but in private moments of vulnerability and hope. Some historians believe she began as a local goddess, worshipped in the city of Esna. There, she may have risen to greater prominence through royal patronage, becoming the divine midwife not just of families, but of kings. In a world ruled by gods of war, sun, and judgment, Tenenet reminds us of the sacred power of beginnings, of every life born under the watchful eyes of a goddess whose name we're only now learning to speak again. A deity depicted with the head of a cobra, she was both a fierce protector and a gentle nurturer. She watched over pharaohs, named newborns, and guarded the harvest that kept an empire alive. Today we explore the divine mother of grain, the serpent of fate, and one of the most overlooked but powerful goddesses in Egyptian mythology. Renenutet, also spelled Ranut or Ernutet, was a goddess with a name that means she who nourishes, fitting since her roles were deeply tied to feeding both body and soul. To the ancient Egyptians, the cobra wasn't just a fearsome snake, it was a symbol of royalty, wisdom, and divine protection. To farmers, Renenutet was the spirit of the harvest. She was the warm breeze that ripened the wheat. The quiet guardian of every granary, she was more than a food goddess. Renenutet also played a role in shaping destiny, believed to bestow each child's secret name at birth. That name wasn't just for identification. In Egypt, names held power. A secret name was believed to define the path of one's life. She wasn't just nourishing crops, she was feeding fate itself. As goddess of nourishment, she ensured Egypt's agricultural success. Farmers prayed to her to protect their fields from pests and drought. At harvest, they'd offer her the first fruits, milk, honey, bread, and grain, as thanks. Renenutet was also said to keep track of every good and bad deed. You performed a divine record keeper, judging your moral balance. Her main cult center was Terenuthis, near the modern-day Fayum, an area renowned for its fertile soil and abundant crops. Her temples were often located near granaries so that the bounty she blessed could be stored safely under her watchful eye. Archaeologists have discovered mummified snakes wrapped in linen near her temples, sacred cobras offered as gifts to the goddess herself. In the golden fields of Egypt, her name was once whispered in every gust of wind and every falling grain. Renenutet, guardian of grain and soul. Goddess Heket, small, silent, and sacred. She did not command thunder, nor did she blaze like the midday sun. Yet, when new life entered the world, It was her name that was whispered, in huts of clay and homes of stone, in royal chambers and among common women. Heket was called upon, in hushed tones. She was the breath before the first cry, the stillness before the soul awoke. To the ancient Egyptians, the frog was a potent emblem. After the Nile's annual flooding, a life-giving deluge that determined the very survival of the kingdom, the land would stir with movement. Out of the mud and marshes, frogs appeared in the millions, leaping across newly fertile fields. To the people, these creatures were not pests, but harbingers of life, abundance, and divine renewal. Heket, with her frog's head and woman's body, became a living symbol of that transformation, from water to land, from chaos to order, from potential to creation. In a time before science could explain the process of pregnancy and birth, labor was a terrifying threshold, one foot in life, the other in death. With no hospitals, no anesthetics, and no guarantee of survival, Egyptian women turned to Heket for mercy. They clutched amulets etched with her image, hung charms carved in green faience around their necks, and recited prayers that had been passed down for generations. She wasn't distant. She was present in every breath and every heartbeat of labor. Khnum, the ram-headed god of creation, shaped human beings on his potter's wheel from clay drawn from the Nile. His work was incomplete without Heket. It was she who breathed the life force into each form, making them more than shapes of mud. She gave them soul. In Egypt's Book of the Dead, Heket's name appears in spells of resurrection and renewal. Her priestesses may have been among the earliest midwives, women trained in herbal remedies, birthing positions, and sacred incantations, bringing forth life under the silent blessing of Heket. Long before empires rose or fell, before pharaohs carved their legacies in stone, she was there. In the reeds, in the water, in the first gasp of life. The god who fed Egypt, his name is nearly forgotten today, buried under centuries of myth and shifting gods. But in the fields of ancient Egypt, Neper reigned supreme, not through power or war, but through grain, bread, and life itself. This was a land where survival depended entirely on the Nile and its floods. If the waters came late, or not at all, famine followed. If the floods were good, grain thrived, and Egypt flourished. Grain was everything. It fed the people. It was used as currency. It was offered to the gods. It even followed the dead into the afterlife. Wheat and barley were the staples of daily life, baked into bread, brewed into beer, and stored as wealth. Grain kept Egypt alive. And so, it only made sense that the Egyptians deified it. Neper was the grain itself. His name literally means grain. He embodied the seed, the stalk, the harvest, and the food it became. He was the son of Renenutet, the goddess of harvest and fate. While she watched over the ripening grain, he was the grain, alive, sacred, and ever reborn. He was revered in everyday life, especially by farmers and villagers. Grain festivals were held in his honor, often at harvest time or planting season. Shrines to Renenutet frequently included dedications to Neper, and priests would offer baskets of fresh grain, loaves of bread, beer made from barley, and small dough figures. These rituals weren't just symbolic, they were urgent. Crop failure meant starvation, and honoring Neper was a spiritual insurance policy against famine. Even tombs included offerings to Neper. Why? Because the dead still needed to eat, and grain was as important in the afterlife as it was in the living world. Let's finish with some fast facts about Neper. He appears in the oldest Egyptian religious texts, the pyramid texts. Every stalk of grain was considered part of Neper's body. His mother, Renenutet, guarded Egypt's food supply with divine ferocity. His name was used in protective spells to keep pests away from granaries. Grain offerings were essential in funerary rites, to nourish the dead for eternity. Before the great names of Isis or Hathor filled the temples of Egypt, there was Satet, pronounced Satet or Satis by the Greeks. Her name holds two powerful meanings: she who shoots, the divine archer, and she who pours out, the one who brings the Nile's sacred waters, a symbol of elegance and wild southern lands. In her hands a bow and arrows, not for war, but for divine purpose. Her domain was Egypt's southern frontier, near the First Cataract, the ancient border with Nubia. She was the divine emissary who welcomed the waters from the south, the very lifeblood of Egypt. She was one of the earliest goddesses recorded in Egyptian history. Her name appears in the pyramid texts of the Old Kingdom, inscribed over 4,300 years ago. These texts weren't just stories, they were sacred spells and royal declarations of power and divinity. To be named in these hallowed inscriptions is no small feat. It means that even the earliest pharaohs called upon Satet, trusting her to guide, protect, and nourish their kingdom through the capricious rhythms of the Nile. It surged with waters from the deep south, over Nubian rocks, past Elephantine Island, and into the heart of Egypt. For the ancient Egyptians, this was no natural coincidence. Satet, the archer goddess of the southern frontier, who was believed to unleash the floodwaters. To her followers, the annual inundation was Satet's gift, the very essence of her power. Each drop of water, each surge of silt-rich flood carried the blessing of life. The waters left behind fertile black soil, perfect for growing wheat, barley, and flax. Without this cycle, Egypt would be dust and desert. Satet's gift made civilization possible. The people watched the river, and when it rose, as Satet decreed, they celebrated. Satet was no passive river goddess. In Egyptian belief, Satet's arrows could bless the living or strike down the wicked. Each shot was an act of divine judgment, protection for those under her care, and vengeance against those who threatened the sacred flow of the Nile. She had a dual identity, at once nurturing and deadly. A goddess who could summon water with one hand and draw blood with the other. In the goddess Satet, the Nile had a sentinel, one who saw far, who acted swiftly, and who knew, with divine certainty, exactly where to aim. She was the swift one, the nourisher of the Nile, a goddess who once held the lifeblood of Egypt in her hands, yet today she is nearly forgotten. Who was Anuket, and why did she vanish from memory? To understand Anuket, we must first understand the Nile. More than a river, it was the artery of an entire civilization. Each year its floodwaters spilled across the land, bringing fertile silt and the promise of life. At the very edge of Egypt, near the First Cataract, where the Nile surged into the land, there stood Elephantine Island, the gateway to Nubia, and the sacred domain of Anuket. Sometimes spelled Anket or Anuka, was the goddess of the Nile's southern waters. She was the personification of the river's nourishment and power. Her name means the embracer, as she was believed to wrap the Nile in her divine arms during the flood. Swift like the river's current and life-giving like its floods, Anuket was revered as both a nurturer and a powerful protector. Anuket was part of a divine family worshipped in Upper Egypt. Her father, or sometimes consort, was Khnum, the ram-headed god who shaped humans from clay on his potter's wheel. Her mother or sister was Satet, goddess of the flood's precision and mercy. Together, they formed the elephantine triad, deities of creation, water, and abundance. As the floodwaters rose, Anuket was the final blessing, carrying the richness of Nubia into Egypt's heartland. Anuket's worship was most fervent during the annual inundation. Pilgrims traveled to her sanctuaries, offering bread, beer, and even precious gold. One ritual defied Egyptian custom: eating fish. Fish were typically taboo in Egyptian religion, but during Anuket's festival, this rule was lifted. It was believed that consuming the river's bounty honored her gifts, proof of her divine generosity. Anuket's symbols tell us much about her character. Her tall crown of ostrich feathers represented swiftness and grace. Though claimed by Egyptian religion, Anuket likely has Nubian origins. Her worship was strongest near the southern border, suggesting she may have been a local river goddess adopted into the state pantheon. Over centuries, Anuket's worship declined. As Egypt's political center shifted north, the gods of the Delta took prominence. With the rise of Christianity, her temples were closed. Her name faded from the mouths of priests, but it remained etched in the granite of Elephantine, waiting to be rediscovered. Today, scholars piece together Anuket's story from fragments, inscriptions, forgotten temples, the iconography of swift water and sacred grace. She is the gentle embrace we don't see, the invisible hand that nourishes, the current beneath calm water. Perhaps that is why her memory faded, not from lack of power, but because her gifts were so constant, they became invisible.
His name is Wajwer, a name that means the Great Green. It was their way of referring to the fertile waters, possibly the Nile Delta, and according to some interpretations, even the Mediterranean Sea itself. Wajwer isn't just a god of the water, he is the water. A personification of Egypt's coastal abundance, the flooding estuaries, and the watery world from which life springs. Here's something that sets Wajwer apart. Some ancient texts hint at a degree of gender ambiguity. In certain interpretations, he may have been androgynous, containing both male and female elements. Why? Because fertility, in its purest form, often transcends gender. It's about the power to create and nourish life. He is the embodiment of that creative force, a divine fluidity that fed the soil, filled the granaries, and kept the ancient world in motion. So while he may not be the most famous god of Egypt, Wajwer held the power of life itself, in every drop of water and every blade of green. His domain? The northern edge of the kingdom, where the great river fans out into a sprawling delta before kissing the sea. To the ancient Egyptians, this lush, life-brimming region was known as the Great Green, a poetic term that described the vast, fertile waters of the Mediterranean Sea and the Nile Delta. But it wasn't just a poetic flourish. The Great Green was believed to be alive, divine, a force of nature, and Wajwer was its personification. Marshes, estuaries, lagoons. This is where his power came to life. He wasn't just the god of water, but of water doing something vital, soaking soil, feeding fish, sustaining papyrus, and birthing birds. He was believed to exist right where these worlds met. In mythic terms, he stood at the threshold, a guardian of transitions.
Much like the Delta itself, Wajwar was a space of convergence and change. He never starred in a major myth, no epic tales, no great battles, no cosmic rebirths. Instead, he pops up quietly, in pyramid texts, in funerary art, in northern tombs. This has led some scholars to believe that he may have had a regional cult, possibly centered in the Delta or northern Egypt. He wasn't a universal god, but a local protector, woven into the daily rhythms of farmers and fishermen. In the Amarna period, during the reign of the heretic king Akhenaten, Wajwar's image briefly resurfaces, suggesting his worship may have quietly persisted, even as Egypt's religious landscape underwent radical change. His name was Hapi, the god of the inundation, not the Nile itself, but the flood, the divine overflow that turned desert into paradise. Each year when the Nile burst its banks, it wasn't seen as a natural cycle. To the Egyptians, it was a miracle, a gift, a blessing from Hapi. He came in hues of blue or green, his skin reflecting the lush life that water brings. He was a god of unity. He was called the Lord of Fish and Birds of the Marshes, the lifeblood of an entire ecosystem. When Hapi came, the river teemed with nourishment, the fields flourished, and life bloomed. When he didn't, famine and despair followed. In the hearts of farmers, fishers, and families, Hapi reigned supreme. The name comes from the word meaning the running one, a perfect tribute to the ceaseless flow of the river, to the sacred rhythm of life he upheld. He was the heartbeat, the river's pulse, and in a world of sun-baked sand and scorching heat, he was water. He was life. From June to September, the land of Egypt held its breath. The skies above burned with summer heat, and then the day came, like a sacred promise. The river began to rise. This was Akhet, the season of the inundation, the most important time in the Egyptian calendar, and the time when Hapi revealed his favor, or his fury. Priests gathered along the banks, chanting ancient hymns, calling on the god of the flood. They didn't just hope for any flood, they begged Hapi for the perfect flood, high enough to nourish the soil, but not so high it washed away homes and crops. To understand Hapi's will, priests used a sacred tool, the Nilometer, a carved pillar that measured the height of the Nile's rise. Each notch was a message. Too low, the gods were displeased. Too high, disaster loomed. Every Akhet, the people waited for the waters, for the blessings, for Hapi, because only he could fill the land's veins with life once again. Mehet Weret translates to the Great Flood, or the Great One who overflows. This connects her to the Nile River. The Nile meant so much to the ancient Egyptians as it was a source of life, allowing crops to grow, civilizations to flourish, and people to thrive. Each year the great floodwaters would rise, replenishing the land with fertile soil, a cycle of renewal that echoed the power of the goddess. Her true domain lay in the heavens. She was linked to the primordial waters of creation. Her name appears in sacred pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious writings in history, dating back over 4,500 years to Egypt's Old Kingdom. These texts describe her as a provider of nourishment, a bringer of light and cosmic balance. In Egyptian art, she is almost always shown as a majestic cow adorned with a radiant sun disk, a sign of her close connection to the sun god Ra. Many Egyptian gods were feared as much as they were worshipped. Mehet Weret was different. She was a force of order, balance, and renewal, guiding the universe with gentle strength. Rather than being feared, she was deeply respected as a nurturing presence in the cycle of life and creation. In its reflection, he was the Nile's hunger, its rage, its power, with teeth. Let's see how the ancient god Sobek wasn't just feared, he was needed. At first there was only darkness and water, endless restless water. From this primordial sea rose something ancient, something hungry. He didn't arrive in gold or glory, he rose with instinct, with blood in his breath. He was born not from order, but from chaos itself, the very chaos the gods feared. In Egypt's oldest religious pyramid texts, he's called the Raging One, a crocodile who emerged from none, bringing both the promise of life and the threat of sudden, brutal death. Crocodiles ruled the Nile, just as Sobek ruled over its terror and its blessings. He could crush bone with a single snap, or guard your soul through the underworld. The god was a creator and a devourer, protector and predator. To the ancient Egyptians, this wasn't contradiction, it was balance. Duality was divine. You didn't just worship Sobek, you feared him. In ancient legend, he wept the Nile into being. His tears carved the river that fed Egypt, making him the father of both famine and fertility. One who cried a river, then filled it with teeth. Now, he stood behind kings. Sobek, once a predator of the Nile, had become something more, a symbol of unstoppable power, protection through dominance. Pharaohs didn't just fear him, they claimed him. To rule Egypt was to hold the Nile, and to hold the Nile was to carry God's strength in your blood. Temples rose in his honor. Cities like Crocodilopolis, yes, a real place, became sacred centers of worship. Priests adorned sacred crocodiles with gemstones and gold. The beast was now a god, and gods were crowned. The truth ancient Egyptians knew well: he was never tame. His favor was a double-edged blade. His love could make floods rise and crops flourish, but his rage could starve kingdoms. Pharaohs wore his image into battle. Warriors whispered his name in blood-soaked sand, because to strike like the god was to end a fight in one crushing blow. His name was carved into weapons, swords, spears, and axes, meant to strike with the speed and violence of a crocodile's bite. It came every year, like clockwork, or like a curse. The Nile rose, and with it, the god beneath its surface. Crocodiles flooded the land during inundation, not one, but hundreds, slipping through riverbanks, slashing through fields. And to the ancient Egyptians, this wasn't nature, this was Sobek, unleashed. His presence was tangible, you could feel it in the mud, hear it in the water, smell it in the fear. So, they begged for mercy, for protection, for fertility, all in the same breath. He didn't just bring water, he brought judgment. He could drown your home, or feed your crops. He could take your child, or bless your next one. He was the Nile itself, its chaos, its rhythm, its wrath. And still, they built his temples higher. In some of these temples, walls were carved not just to honor him, but to sound like him, engineered to echo with deep bellows. These sacred chambers mimicked Sobek's roar. When priests chanted, it was his voice that answered. The floods have passed. The temples stand in silence. The Nile flows on, vast, unbroken, eternal. Perhaps he's only sleeping beneath the surface. Sobek was never just a monster, never just a god. He was the Nile's reflection, its hunger and its generosity, its serenity and its violence. Gods took many forms: jackals, falcons, cats, crocodiles. But one deity stood apart, with no animal form, no human face, only light. This was Aten, the radiant sun disk.
The first known mentions of Aten date back to the Middle Kingdom, around 2000 BCE. At that time, he wasn't worshipped as a distinct god, but rather as an aspect of Ra, the powerful sun god. Unlike other gods, Aten had no human body, no animal head. He was something different, pure energy. His rays stretched down like fingers, reaching out to touch the earth, offering life to those below. This made Aten truly unique among Egypt's deities. While most gods took on forms inspired by nature and animals, Aten remained formless, existing only as the sun itself. For centuries, Aten remained a minor presence in Egyptian religion, overshadowed by Ra and the many other gods. But that would all change with the arrival of one pharaoh, one man who would elevate Aten above all others and turn Egyptian tradition on its head. His name was Amenhotep, and he dared to worship only one god. Amenhotep IV, otherwise known as Akhenaten, meaning effective for Aten, was not just a name change. It was a declaration of faith and a challenge to Egypt's powerful religious elite. For generations, the most powerful god in Egypt was Amun, whose temples controlled vast wealth and influence. But in the 5th year of his reign, Akhenaten did the unthinkable. He rejected Amun and the entire pantheon of Egyptian gods. Instead, he proclaimed that Aten, the radiant sun disk, was the one and only god. It was a radical shift in Egyptian belief. Never before had a pharaoh denied the existence of other gods. Never before had Egypt seen monotheism. This move infuriated the powerful priesthood of Amun, who had controlled Egypt's religious and economic power for centuries. By rejecting their god, Akhenaten wasn't just challenging tradition, he was dismantling a political empire. Akhenaten wanted more than just religious change. He needed a new capital, one free from Amun's influence. So, he ordered the construction of Akhetaten, Horizon of Aten, a city built entirely for the glory of his god. Unlike the dark enclosed temples of Amun, the temples of Aten were open to the sky, allowing the sun's rays to reach worshippers directly. There were no statues of gods, only inscriptions of Aten's light touching the royal family and the people. For nearly 2 decades, Pharaoh Akhenaten ruled under the light of Aten, but his vision of a monotheistic Egypt came at a heavy price. While he devoted himself to religious reforms, the empire itself began to crumble. Inside Egypt, resentment was boiling over. The people had worshipped their gods for centuries: Amun, Ra, Osiris, Isis. Now, their temples were closed, their gods erased from history. The priests of Amun, once the most powerful religious figures in Egypt, had been stripped of their influence. But they were waiting for the right moment to strike back. In the shadows, the priests of Amun conspired. They saw Akhenaten's religious revolution as blasphemy, and more importantly, as a threat to their power. As famine, economic hardship, and military failures grew, more Egyptians turned against the heretic pharaoh. By 1336 BCE, Akhenaten's reign was coming to an end. Weak, isolated, and surrounded by enemies, he died, though the exact cause of his death remains unknown. Was it illness, assassination, or had his god abandoned him? And with Akhenaten's death, so too began the death of Atenism. Akhenaten's son, a young boy named Tutankhaten, took the throne. But under pressure from the powerful Amun priesthood, he changed his name to Tutankhamun, restoring the worship of the old gods. The priests of Amun ensured that Akhenaten's legacy would be erased. His name was chiseled out of monuments. His statues were smashed. The city of Akhetaten was left to the sands of time. Khepri doesn't have grand temples or widespread worship. Instead, his power is woven into the very fabric of existence. He is the force of creation and the eternal cycle of the rising sun. In the ancient Egyptian language, Khepri means he who is coming into being. He is the god of transformation, of endless renewal, just like the sun that rises each morning, bringing light after darkness. The ancient Egyptians closely observed the world around them, and they saw something extraordinary: the scarab beetle rolling a ball of dung across the sand, seemingly with purpose. To them, it was more than just insect behavior. It was a reflection of a divine truth. They believed Khepri, like the beetle, was responsible for rolling the sun across the sky each day, ensuring its safe journey from the underworld to the land of the living. As the sun disappeared at night, it traveled through the realm of the dead, only to be reborn at dawn, just as Khepri willed it. To the ancient Egyptians, he represented the idea that life is always in motion, that nothing is stagnant. Every day is a new beginning, every moment an opportunity for renewal. This belief was so powerful that scarab amulets became some of the most common symbols in Egyptian culture, often placed in tombs to ensure safe passage to the afterlife. He was a symbol of hope, of eternal rebirth. The sun was a divine force, cycling through life, death, and rebirth each day. And at the heart of this eternal cycle stood three powerful gods: Khepri at dawn, Ra at midday, and Atum at sunset. Just as a scarab beetle pushes its ball of dung across the earth, Khepri was believed to push the sun into the sky each morning, ensuring its daily rebirth. The sun didn't simply rise on its own. Each night, as Ra traveled through the underworld, he battled the forces of chaos and destruction. The great serpent Apophis, the embodiment of darkness, sought to devour the sun and trap the world in eternal night. It was Khepri's divine responsibility to ensure that the sun emerged victorious, renewed, and reborn. Scarabs were placed in tombs, carved into amulets, and inscribed with spells from the Book of the Dead. These sacred charms symbolized the soul's transformation and rebirth in the afterlife, guided by Khepri's divine hand. One of the most important of these amulets was the heart scarab. It was meant to protect the deceased during the weighing of the heart, a crucial test where the heart was measured against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. If the heart was light and pure, the soul could pass into paradise. Her name means "she who brings," a goddess whose arrival in the sky signaled the most important event of the year, the flooding of the Nile. Unlike other deities tied to the land or the underworld, Sopdet belonged to the heavens. The ancient Egyptians closely observed the heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment it became visible just before sunrise, after months of being hidden by the sun. This event occurred every year in mid-July, marking the arrival of the Nile's life-giving floodwaters. To the people of Egypt, this flood was a miracle, replenishing the land with rich black soil and ensuring the success of their crops. Without it, famine and hardship would follow. Her appearance in the sky aligned so perfectly with this annual event. The Egyptian New Year, Wepet Renpet, was based on the cycle of Sirius. The entire Egyptian calendar was structured around her return, making her one of the most important timekeepers of the ancient world. Over time, Isis and Sopdet, the star goddess, became deeply connected, their identities merging in a celestial and divine bond. As Egyptian religious beliefs evolved, Sopdet's role as the harbinger of the Nile floods and Sirius's guiding light became closely tied to Isis's divine role as a protector and nurturer of life. The two goddesses were merged into a single entity, Isis Sopdet. The rising of Sirius in the sky came to symbolize Isis's search for Osiris, a moment of hope and resurrection. Just as Isis found and restored Osiris, so too did Sirius signal the return of life-giving waters to Egypt. In the sands of time, long before the rise of Egypt's Grand Pyramids, there was Hathor, a deity who bridged the earthly and the divine. One of the earliest and most revered goddesses, Hathor's origins stretch back to the pre-dynastic period of Egypt, over 5,000 years ago. Initially, Hathor was worshipped in her most primal and nurturing form, a divine cow. For the ancient Egyptians, the cow symbolized fertility, abundance, and life itself. Hathor was not just a goddess. She was a cosmic mother.
believed to nourish all living beings with her divine essence. Hathor's influence extended far beyond the earth. The Milky Way, that shimmering river of stars in the night sky, was thought to be her milk, a celestial offering that nourished the universe. This connection to the cosmos made her both a symbol of fertility and a reminder of the divine order in the heavens. Hathor's worship was not limited to small shrines or modest offerings. Her temples were some of the largest and most opulent structures in ancient Egypt, reflecting the grandeur of her divine status. Among these, the Temple of Hathor at Dendera stands as a testament to her enduring importance. This temple, with its intricate carvings and vibrant artwork, was a center of pilgrimage for those seeking her blessings of love, music, and joy. The Dendera Temple Complex, dedicated to Hathor, features one of the most stunning astronomical ceilings in ancient history. It not only honors her connection to the Milky Way, but also showcases the Egyptians' advanced understanding of the cosmos. She was equally feared for her destructive capabilities. Her multifaceted nature made her an indispensable figure in the Egyptian pantheon. She was often portrayed as the mother of Horus, the falcon-headed god of kingship. She symbolized protection, care, and the sacred bond between mother and child. Hathor was also linked to the sun god Ra. She was considered his wife or consort, and more importantly, his protector. Known as the Eye of Ra, Hathor embodied the sun's fiery power, defending Ra from his enemies. In this form, she became a fierce avenger, ensuring the balance of Ma'at, the cosmic order. One of the most famous myths involving Hathor reveals her duality, her capacity for both creation and destruction. In the story of Ra's wrath against humanity, Hathor transformed into Sekhmet, a ferocious lioness goddess. Sekhmet unleashed devastation upon the earth, punishing humanity for their rebellion against Ra. To stop Sekhmet's rampage, Ra tricked her by dyeing beer red to resemble blood. Thinking it was blood, Sekhmet drank the beer and became intoxicated, pacifying her rage and returning her to her nurturing Hathor form. She was deeply connected to other gods, playing a role in fertility, creation, and the afterlife. As the goddess of music, dance, and joy, she brought happiness to both the living and the dead. For the ancient Egyptians, the stars weren't just distant lights, they were divine markers of time and balance. The Dendera zodiac is one of the earliest known depictions of the zodiac. It includes representations of constellations like Leo, Taurus, and Aquarius, demonstrating the Egyptians' profound knowledge of the heavens. Beneath the temple lie mysterious crypts used to store sacred artifacts and hidden treasures. These crypts are intricately decorated, offering glimpses into the rituals and beliefs associated with Hathor. Another remarkable feature of the temple is its sacred birthing chamber, a space dedicated to childbirth rituals and the goddess's protection. Hathor's association with fertility and motherhood made this chamber a site of hope and renewal for women seeking her blessings. Pilgrims from across Egypt journeyed to Dendera to pay homage, participate in festivals, and seek the goddess's favor. The temple's grand celebrations, filled with music and dance, embodied Hathor's joyous and life-affirming nature. Her name itself is a clue to her significance. Tefnut derives her name from the ancient Egyptian word for moisture, encapsulating her role as a fundamental life-sustaining force within the cosmological framework of early Egyptian theology. As moisture is essential for life, her presence in the pantheon signified an understanding of the vital interconnection between natural elements and divine power. She was born from Adam, the primordial sun god, in a rather unique way, through spitting or exhaling. This divine breath of life brought Tefnut and her twin brother Shu into existence. Some interpretations suggest this act symbolizes the manifestation of tangible elements from an abstract cosmic force, illustrating the interplay between order and chaos in early Egyptian thought. Together, these two deities formed the first divine pair,
embodying the fundamental forces of air and moisture, both crucial for sustaining life. This dynamic balance between Shu and Tefnut laid the foundation for the structure of the universe, as air and moisture are indispensable for fertility and sustenance. Her role in primordial creation and cosmic balance set the stage for the formation of the universe as the ancient Egyptians understood it. She and Shu became the parents of Geb, the god of the earth, and Nut, the goddess of the sky. This union gave rise to the first divine family, establishing the very structure of the cosmos and providing a mythological explanation for the separation of the heavens and the earth. The relationship between these deities underscored the Egyptians' conceptualization of the world as a structured and harmonious entity, with divine beings governing natural forces. In one well-known story, she exiles herself to Nubia after a dispute with Ra, the sun god. This self-imposed exile plunges Egypt into chaos, as moisture, the element she embodies, disappears, leading to drought and suffering. The absence of Tefnut serves as an allegory for the precarious balance between abundance and scarcity, reinforcing the notion that divine harmony must be preserved. Recognizing the imbalance, the gods send Thoth, the god of wisdom, and Shu to convince Tefnut to return. Through a combination of persuasion, diplomacy, and reverence, they succeed, and the goddess reintegrates into the divine order. Her return symbolizes the restoration of Ma'at, the fundamental principle of order, balance, and justice in the universe. Tefnut is often depicted as a lioness-headed goddess, a form that links her to the fierce and protective aspects of divine power. She is closely associated with both the sun and moisture, an intriguing duality that represents the essential balance between fire and water. She was venerated in temples, particularly in Heliopolis, one of the most important religious centers of ancient Egypt. Her worship was intertwined with both lunar and solar cults, signifying her connection to celestial cycles. These associations positioned her as a deity of transitions, capable of bridging different realms and elements. Priests conducted rituals in her honor, emphasizing her role in maintaining balance within the cosmos. Through prayers, offerings, and ceremonies, they sought her blessings to ensure the continued harmony of nature. Festivals celebrating her power often included processions and recitations, invoking her role as both a giver and sustainer of life. When we think of gods in mythology, we often imagine mighty beings ruling from the heavens. But in ancient Egypt, one of the most powerful gods wasn't above, it was beneath. Meet Geb, the god of the earth, the very foundation of life itself. Geb, sometimes spelled Keb or Seb, was one of the most important deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. His name was spoken in temples and written in sacred texts for thousands of years. As the god of the earth, Geb was more than just a divine being. He was the land itself. The Egyptians believed that the very ground they walked on, the mountains they saw, and even the fertile soil that fed their crops, all of it was Geb's body. He was often depicted with green skin, a symbol of life, fertility, and renewal. It represented how the earth, like Geb, nurtured everything upon it. His body was covered in plants, his laughter was said to cause earthquakes, and his tears created rivers. Geb's story isn't just about the land, it's about love and separation. He was deeply connected to Nut, the sky goddess, and together they formed a cosmic balance. The ancient Egyptians believed the two were once inseparable, locked in an eternal embrace. Until their father, Shu, the god of air, forced them apart. This is why the sky hovers above and the earth remains below, forever reaching but never touching. Their love endured. Even in separation, they found a way to remain connected. It was believed that when rain fell, they were weeping for one another. And when the earth trembled with an earthquake, it was Geb crying out for Nut, trying to reach her once more. Though they could never be together, Geb and Nut still created life. From their love came four of the most important gods in Egyptian mythology: Osiris, the wise ruler of the underworld; Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood; Set, the god of chaos and storms; and Nephthys,
the guardian of the dead. Pharaohs were called heirs of Geb, signifying their divine right to rule over the land. To rule Egypt was to inherit the power of Geb himself. In the vast tapestry of ancient Egyptian mythology, every deity has its place and purpose. Nephthys, though often overlooked, holds a unique position in the divine family of Heliopolis. But who was she, and how did she fit into the grand cosmic narrative? Nephthys was born from the union of Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky. She was the youngest of 4 siblings, alongside Osiris, the god of order and fertility, Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, and Set. Unlike her siblings, Nephthys rarely took the spotlight. She played a quieter, yet equally vital role as a supportive and protective presence. Her name, Nebuchadnezzar, translates to Lady of the House, a title that reflects her dual significance. It could represent her protective nature, guarding sacred spaces, or even a royal household, reinforcing her ties to the pharaoh's divine authority. In Egyptian art and rituals, Nephthys often appears as a mourner and a protector of the dead, ensuring safe passage for souls into the afterlife. This role aligns her with Isis, her sister, with whom she shares the duality of life and death, creation and destruction. In the myth, Nephthys mourns the brutal death of her brother Osiris, who was betrayed and dismembered by her husband, Set. Despite her complex relationship with Set, Nephthys joins her sister Isis in a mission of restoration and hope. Together, Isis and Nephthys gather Osiris's scattered remains. Nephthys is often depicted as standing at his head while Isis stands at his feet, their roles complementary in bringing Osiris back to life. Their efforts symbolize a balance of forces, creation and destruction, life and death. Nephthys also acted as a protector of Osiris's body. This connection to funerary practices cemented her role as a guardian of the dead, ensuring the deceased were safe as they transitioned to the afterlife. Nephthys's relationship with Set adds another layer of complexity to her character. She is often portrayed as his consort, yet she opposes his chaotic and destructive nature. In some interpretations, her alliance with Isis against Set is a powerful symbol of order overcoming chaos. One of the more intriguing aspects of Nephthys' story is her alleged affair with Osiris, which, according to some myths, led to the birth of Anubis. As the god of mummification, Anubis continues her legacy of protecting and guiding souls in the afterlife. In funerary rites, Nephthys is depicted as a mourner and a guide for the dead. Nephthys is often seen as a counterpart to Isis. While Isis embodies life, fertility, and magic, Nephthys represents death, decay, and mourning. Together, they form a duality essential to the Egyptian understanding of existence. Nephthys' protective role extended beyond myth into rituals, where she featured prominently in the Book of the Dead. Her presence ensured that the soul was guided safely to judgment and ultimately to eternal peace. Nephthys represents protection, night, and the unseen aspects of life and death. She embodies the mysterious forces that operate in the background, unseen yet essential. Isis was born to Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess, making her one of the key deities in the Egyptian pantheon. She was the sister and wife of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and mother of Horus, the falcon-headed god of kingship. Her family ties symbolize her integral role in maintaining cosmic balance and harmony. The myth of Osiris is one of ancient Egypt's most captivating tales, and Isis plays the heroine. When Seth, Osiris's jealous brother, murdered him and scattered his body parts across Egypt, Isis embarked on a tireless quest to recover them. Using her unparalleled magical abilities, Isis reassembled Osiris's body and brought him back to life, albeit briefly. This act of resurrection not only cemented her as a goddess of magic, but also as a symbol of undying devotion and love. After reviving Osiris, Isis used her divine magic to conceive their son, Horus,
She then raised him in secrecy, protecting him from Seth's wrath. Horus would grow to avenge his father and claim his rightful place as ruler, fulfilling Isis's role as the ultimate mother and protector. Through her unwavering dedication, Isis ensured the continuation of divine justice and the pharaoh's lineage, as Horus became the living embodiment of kingship. One of the most iconic sites dedicated to Isis is the Temple of Philae, located on an island in the Nile River. This magnificent structure became a major center for Isis worship, drawing pilgrims from across Egypt and beyond. The temple, adorned with depictions of Isis and scenes from her mythology, stood as a beacon of her divine power. But Philae was not alone. Temples dedicated to Isis dotted the landscape of ancient Egypt and Nubia, each serving as a hub for religious ceremonies and devotion. Her presence was felt in cities, villages, and even in the hearts of the Nile Valley. In these temples, priests honored Isis through elaborate rituals and offerings. Daily life was infused with her presence, from the lighting of incense to grand ceremonies marking the changing seasons. Offerings of food, drink, and flowers were common, as people sought her blessings for health, fertility, and protection. As Egyptian culture spread through trade and conquest, so did the worship of Isis. Her cult became particularly prominent during the Greco-Roman period, when her mythology and symbols were embraced by new cultures. Did you know that Isis's name in hieroglyphs translates to throne? This isn't just symbolic. She was literally seen as the foundation of royal power in ancient Egypt, embodying the divine authority that supported the pharaoh. In ancient Egyptian, she was called Aset, but when her worship spread to the Greco-Roman world, she became known as Isis. This transition marked her transformation into a global deity, worshipped far beyond her original homeland. Remarkably, the worship of Isis was one of the longest lasting in human history. Temples dedicated to her continued to operate until the 6th century, centuries after the fall of ancient Egypt. In the land of the Nile, where the sun rose and set with divine purpose, the ancient Egyptians sought to understand their place in the vast expanse of time. Their answer? The god of eternity. He personifies eternity itself, a concept central to Egyptian life, religion, and the afterlife. He was part of the Ogdoad, a group of 8 primordial deities worshipped in Hermopolis. These gods and goddesses represented the foundational elements of existence before creation. Paired in male and female forms, they embodied concepts like darkness, water, air, and infinity. In this divine ensemble, He and his female counterpart, Hau-He, symbolized limitless space and infinite time. Together, they represented the unending cycles that underpin all existence, from the rise and fall of the sun to the eternal flow of the Nile. As the god of eternity, he was seen as the guardian of time's endless expanse. His role was not confined to the cosmic. It extended to the mortal world, shaping how the Egyptians viewed their lives and their legacies. In royal inscriptions, He is often depicted presenting the king with an ankh, the symbol of life, and a palm frond, granting them 1,000,000 years of reign. This wasn't just hyperbole. To the Egyptians, it was a divine promise of an eternal legacy. Unlike some gods who were represented in elaborate or fearsome forms, his imagery is simple but profoundly symbolic. He is most commonly depicted seated or kneeling, with his arms raised high, holding palm fronds in each hand. The palm fronds he holds are not mere decoration. In ancient Egypt, palm fronds were used to mark the passage of years, making them a fitting emblem for a deity tied to eternity. Each frond became a symbol of life's unending cycle. For the Egyptians, eternity wasn't an abstract idea. It was a tangible goal, one they sought to achieve through their connection to the god. By invoking his protection, they believed they could secure a place in the eternal cycle of existence. His connection to the number 1,000,000. For the Egyptians, this wasn't just a numerical value. It was a concept that represented infinity, countless years stretching endlessly into the future. When He appears in royal inscriptions, He is often shown offering this symbolic number to the pharaoh. This act wasn't just a blessing for a long reign, it was a declaration of divine favor, linking the ruler's legacy to the infinite. By including He in tomb carvings and inscriptions, the Egyptians hoped to guarantee an eternal afterlife, a life that would stretch endlessly into the beyond. He and Hauhet stood as guardians of the infinite. Their role was not active creation, but sustaining the delicate equilibrium that allowed the universe to exist. In this way, they were the unseen architects of eternity, ensuring that time and space remained boundless. The Egyptians believed that creation required the harmonious interplay of opposites, light and dark, chaos and order, male and female. He and Hauhet, as the embodiment of infinity, formed one of the pillars of this divine balance. In the heart of ancient Egypt, where the power of the pharaohs was intertwined with the gods, a fierce and formidable goddess emerged. This is Menhit, a warrior goddess whose mythological roots lie in the lands of Nubia, but whose power and influence were deeply felt in Egyptian religion. Menhiti's origins trace back to the ancient region of Nubia, just to the south of Egypt. While she was initially worshipped by the Nubians, she was eventually integrated into the Egyptian pantheon as one of the country's powerful war deities. As the goddess of war and destruction, Menhit was seen as the protector of the pharaoh and the personification of strength and might. Her most recognizable feature is her lioness head, a symbol that connects her to the primal forces of nature, ferocity, and royalty. Lions, revered in ancient Egypt for their power and nobility, were frequently used to symbolize the might of their gods, especially those associated with war and protection. Associated with the sun god Ra, Menhit was often seen as the sun god's fierce and protective warrior. In Egyptian mythology, Ra is not only the ruler of the heavens, but also the force of life and light. Yet, Ra's power required defense against the forces of chaos, forces that sought to disrupt the divine order, Ma'at. Menhit stood at the forefront of this defense, wielding her power to safeguard the sun god's domain. In myths, Menhit and other lion-headed goddesses like Sekhmet would combat Apep, the serpent of chaos, ensuring Ra's journey through the sky was uninterrupted. This was not just a battle of good versus evil, it was a fight to preserve the very fabric of existence. Menhit's primary centers of worship were located in Upper Egypt, particularly in the city of Esna, where her cult flourished. As one of the warrior goddesses of the Egyptian pantheon, she was not only linked to victory in battle, but also represented the protection of Egypt's borders, ensuring the stability of the kingdom. In some accounts, Menhit was believed to be married to Khonsu, the moon god. Together, they represented the complementary energies of the sun and moon, two celestial forces that governed the heavens. While Menhit embodied the sun's fiery strength and destruction, Khonsu represented the calm, guiding light of the moon. While Menhit fought chaos with her fiery nature, Khonsu provided a stabilizing, protective energy during the night. Menhit's identity often overlaps with that of Sekhmet, another lion-headed war goddess. Both are fierce protectors and embodiments of Ra's destructive power. However, they serve distinct roles in Egyptian mythology. Sekhmet is more closely associated with healing and plagues, balancing destruction with renewal. Menhit, on the other hand, is more singularly focused on warfare and defense. Pharaohs, especially those in Upper Egypt, would call upon her for protection and strength before they led their armies into battle. She was believed to lead the pharaoh's forces to victory, symbolizing the strength and ferocity needed to triumph in the harshest of conflicts. In times of war, Menhit was more than just a distant divine figure. She was a force to be reckoned with, revered and feared by those who sought to challenge Egypt's power. To the ancient Egyptians, the Nile was the very lifeblood of their civilization, and one god stood at the crossroads of creation and the river's sacred waters, Khnum, recognized by his ram's head crowned with curved horns that symbolize strength, vitality, and fertility. These attributes made him an emblem of life itself, as central to human existence as the Nile. Known as the divine potter, Khnum played a critical role in Egyptian mythology. According to legend, he crafted human bodies on his potter's wheel, meticulously shaping not only their physical forms, but also their ka, the spiritual essence that accompanied each individual through life and into the afterlife. Khnum wasn't just a creator god. He was also believed to be the guardian of the Nile's source, the keeper of its life-giving waters. Each year, the river's inundation brought nutrient-rich silt to the farmlands, ensuring the prosperity of Egypt. This connection to the Nile made Khnum indispensable, not just spiritually, but also in the practical lives of the people. The ram's head, a symbol of Khnum, was more than just a nod to his association with fertility. Rams were revered animals in ancient Egypt, embodying power and virility. By adopting the ram's image, Khnum represented not only human creation, but also the Nile's regenerative and life-giving energy. According to myth, Khnum worked tirelessly at his potter's wheel, forming each individual with his hands. Using the rich, fertile clay of the Nile River, he created not only their bodies but also their ka, a spiritual double that was believed to accompany every person throughout life and into the afterlife. The ka was more than just a soul. It was a unique, divine blueprint representing a person's individuality and vitality. Khnum didn't just create physical life, he crafted the essence of who each person was, connecting them to the gods and the greater cosmos. In addition to ordinary people, Khnum also shaped the lives of Egypt's most exalted rulers. In royal birth myths, he is shown crafting the bodies of pharaohs on his potter's wheel, emphasizing their divine origin. These stories reinforce the belief that the pharaohs were not mere mortals, but chosen figures imbued with divine authority. As the guardian of the Nile source, Khnum ensured the river's annual inundation, which brought fertile silt to the farmlands. This inundation wasn't merely a natural event, it was a divine blessing, one that sustained Egypt's agriculture and civilization. To honor Khnum and secure his favor, Egyptians performed rituals and made offerings. Imagine a time before time itself, a world submerged in infinite waters of chaos. From these depths emerged Tatanen, a name that means the risen land or the emerging land. Tatanen symbolizes the earth's first breath, the fertile ground rising from the chaotic waters to bring forth life. In Egyptian mythology, Tatanen was no ordinary god. He represented the very foundation of the earth, the solid, stable land that gave life its beginning. His emergence from the watery abyss of Nun marked the first step toward creation, making him one of the most ancient and significant deities in Egyptian cosmology. Tatanen's roots trace back to the Old Kingdom, around 2686 to 2181 BCE. Although less prominent during this era, his presence in religious texts and temple inscriptions reveals his enduring importance to the Egyptians. Over time, his influence expanded, reaching new heights during the Middle and New Kingdoms. In Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, Tatanen's role evolved further. He became closely tied to Ptah, the revered creator god of Memphis. Together, they formed a powerful duality. Ptah as the divine craftsman who shaped the world, and Tatanen as the fertile ground upon which it was built. Tatanen was not only the physical land, but also its spiritual essence. He embodied the earth's stability and fertility, supporting life and creation. In this way, he bridged the natural and divine, a cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought. Gods weren't just worshipped for their powers, they were visualized with symbols that spoke volumes about their roles and significance. Tatanen, the god of the earth's emergence, is no exception. His iconography and symbolism reveal his profound connection to life, stability, and the cosmos.
The god is often depicted as a man with striking green skin, a vivid representation of vegetation and fertility. For the Egyptians, green was the color of life itself, the lush crops, the blooming flora, and the eternal cycle of renewal. By embodying this color, he was the earth vitality, its ability to sustain and regenerate. He played a pivotal cosmic role as a mediator between chaos and order. Ancient Egypt, a land of majestic monuments, grand temples, and deep spiritual beliefs. For thousands of years, the people of Egypt looked to the gods to guide and protect them, and among these gods, none were as powerful or as revered as Amun. Who was Amun? How did he rise from a local deity of Thebes to become one of the most significant gods in the entire Egyptian pantheon? To understand Amun's incredible journey, we must first look at his name. The word Amun means the hidden one, representing a deity that is both present and unseen, a mysterious force that operates behind the scenes of creation, life, and death. Amun wasn't always at the forefront of Egyptian worship. In fact, he began as a relatively minor god of Thebes, a city far less prominent than Memphis or Heliopolis during Egypt's early dynasties. But as Thebes grew in power, so did Amun's influence. Through a combination of political changes and divine favor, Amun became the chief god of the powerful Theban rulers. These kings attributed their victories and successes to Amun, and in return, they lavished his temples with wealth and prestige. Over time, Amun was no longer just the god of Thebes. He became the king of the gods. In the next chapters of this story, we'll explore Amun's rise to dominance, his deep ties to Egyptian politics, and how his worship influenced not only Egypt, but also its surrounding regions. To start with, Amun was a humble and largely overlooked deity, worshipped in the small city of Thebes. Thebes itself was a minor player during the Old Kingdom. While cities like Memphis and Heliopolis flourished as centers of power and religion, Thebes remained on the fringes of the political landscape. But everything was about to change. Amun at this time was not a powerful god. He was a god of air and wind, representing the unseen forces that shaped the world. His name, meaning the Hidden One, reflects this role as the invisible, mysterious energy behind creation and life. Though he was unseen, Amun's power was always there, present in the air that people breathed and in the wind that carried life-sustaining water across the Nile Delta. Amun's role as the god of air made him a protector of the unseen realms of existence, the wind that can be felt but never seen. In Egyptian creation myths, Amun was linked to the act of creation itself. As the Hidden One, he played a key role in forming the universe, helping to shape the cosmos from the chaotic, watery abyss that existed before the world. According to one version of Egyptian mythology, Amun was part of the Ogdoad, a group of 8 primordial deities that existed before the dawn of time. These gods represented the chaotic forces from which the universe was born. Amun, in this ancient context, was the force of invisibility and the mysterious air, which along with his counterpart Amunet, helped shape creation. In the chaos before creation, these 8 gods personified elemental forces. Amun and his partner Amunet were the embodiment of the hidden, unseen aspects of the universe, the mysteries that lay beyond human understanding. As Thebes grew in power during Egypt's Middle Kingdom, so too did Amun's prominence. The rulers of Thebes, eager to legitimize their authority, aligned themselves with Amun, slowly transforming him from a local god to a national deity. Temples were built in his honor, and priests began expanding Amun's mythology. As his power grew, so too did his temples, which would soon become some of the most significant religious centers in all of Egypt. Despite his growing prominence, Amun retained his mysterious nature. He was the god who acted in secret, who moved through the unseen and gave life to all things, but remained hidden from the eyes of mortals. This duality, both present and invisible, made Amun uniquely powerful among the Egyptian gods. As the Middle Kingdom of Egypt dawned, a small but determined city began to emerge from the shadows. Thebes. Once a minor settlement on the banks of the Nile, Thebes was poised to become the heart of a new Egyptian empire. And at the center of this transformation was the god Amun. The rise of Amun is inseparable from the rise of Thebes itself. As Thebes grew in military and political strength, its rulers sought a powerful symbol to legitimize their rule and unify their people. They turned to Amun, the hidden god. This elevated him from a local deity to the divine protector of their city. In the eyes of Theban kings, Amun became not just a god, but a source of royal legitimacy. His invisible hand was believed to guide their decisions, and his favor was seen as crucial to their success. As Thebes expanded its influence, so too did the cult of Amun. One of the most significant symbols of Amun's growing power was the Temple of Karnak. Situated near the heart of Thebes, this temple would become the spiritual and political epicenter of the Egyptian world. Construction began in earnest during the Middle Kingdom, and the temple grew into the largest religious complex in Egypt. Pharaohs poured vast wealth into expanding the temple, each ruler seeking to honor Amun with ever more impressive structures and offerings. In return, they believed that Amun granted them divine favor, securing their reign and guiding them to victory in battle. As Amun's influence spread, he began to absorb the identities of other local gods. Two of the most important deities merged with Amun during this time were Montu, the war god of Thebes, and Min, the fertility god. By incorporating Montu's martial prowess, Amun became a god of war, a divine warrior whose will determined the outcomes of battles. And by absorbing Min, Amun also became associated with fertility, ensuring both the prosperity of the land and the continuity of the royal line. The Egyptian pharaohs claimed their military victories were carried out under Amun's will. Before any major campaign, the pharaoh would seek the blessing of Amun, offering lavish tributes to ensure his favor. When victories were won, it was not just the skill of the soldiers or the strategy of the generals that was celebrated. It was Amun who had willed the victory. They were no longer just kings. They were the chosen ones of Amun, his living representatives on earth. And it was under this banner of divine legitimacy that Thebes began to expand its territory, eventually uniting all of Egypt under its rule. The once local god of air and wind was now worshipped across the entirety of Egypt, with temples in his honor springing up from the Nile Delta to Nubia. The growth of Amun's priesthood during this time was extraordinary. As Thebes grew richer and more powerful, the temples of Amun amassed great wealth. The priests, now influential advisors to the pharaohs, controlled vast estates and resources, making the Temple of Amun a political and economic powerhouse. Through war, fertility, and kingship, Amun had solidified his place as the supreme deity of Egypt. The once hidden god of Thebes now stood as the mightiest force in the Egyptian cosmos, guiding the fates of both rulers and commoners alike. Throughout Egypt's long history, two gods stood at the center of its divine order: Amun, the hidden force behind existence, and Ra, the sun god, whose daily journey across the sky symbolized life, death, and rebirth. But in time, by merging Amun with Ra, the Egyptians unified the visible and invisible aspects of the universe, creating a god of unparalleled cosmic significance. Amun-Ra became more than just a god of the air or the sun. He was now the supreme ruler of both the physical and spiritual worlds. He was the hidden force behind creation and the visible power that gave life to all through the light of the sun. Amun-Ra's influence stretched across the heavens and the earth. His power was considered limitless, and he was worshipped as the divine king who reigned over the universe. In this new form, Amun-Ra became Egypt's supreme deity, embodying both the majesty of kingship and the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. It had practical significance in the lives of the Egyptian people. Amun-Ra's worship became central to Egyptian religious life, and grand festivals were held in his honor, including the Opet Festival. The Opet Festival, one of the most important annual events in ancient Egypt, celebrated the renewal of the king's divine power and his connection to Amun-Ra. During the festival, statues of Amun-Ra, his consort Mut, and their son Khonsu were paraded from the Karnak temple to the Luxor temple. This journey symbolized the god's blessing on the pharaoh and his continued rule over the land. It was a time of unity and renewal. As Amun-Ra blessed the king, so too did he bless the people, ensuring the prosperity of the land and the success of Egypt in war and peace. Through his merger with Ra, Amun's role expanded far beyond that of a local deity. Now, as Amun-Ra, he was worshipped throughout the entire Egyptian empire. His temples grew more opulent, his priests more powerful, and his festivals more grand. Pharaohs proudly proclaimed their divine right to rule through Amun-Ra, and even military victories were attributed to his will. In the coming years, Egypt would face internal upheaval that threatened even the most powerful of gods. A new pharaoh, Akhenaten, would attempt to upend the entire religious system, rejecting Amun-Ra in favor of a single god, Aten.
Ancient Egypt, a land of great mysteries and profound spirituality, a civilization that flourished for over 3 millennia, leaving behind a legacy that continues to captivate the world today. Central to this enduring fascination is the rich tapestry of Egyptian mythology, where gods and goddesses shaped every aspect of life, death, and the afterlife. Khonsu, his name means traveler or wanderer, a fitting title for the god who guides the moon across the night sky. But Khonsu is more than just a lunar deity. He is a protector, a healer, and a symbol of rejuvenation. Yet, his role extends far beyond celestial movements. Khonsu is revered as a powerful healer, invoked in times of illness and distress. In some myths, his powers were even sought by foreign kings, desperate for his divine intervention. So let us begin our journey under the light of the moon as we explore the history and significance of Khonsu, the Egyptian god of the moon. Our earliest glimpses of Khonsu come from the pyramid texts, some of the oldest religious writings in the world. These texts, inscribed on the walls of royal tombs during the Old Kingdom, reveal Khonsu as a god connected to the moon, a celestial traveler who illuminates the night sky and protects the dead on their journey to the afterlife. Initially, Khonsu's role was relatively minor, especially when compared to the great solar deity, Ra. However, as the centuries unfolded, Khonsu's character began to evolve. By the time of the Middle Kingdom, Khonsu was no longer just a guardian of the night. He had become a vital part of the Egyptian pantheon, known for his healing powers and his connection to the cycle of life and death. As Khonsu's importance grew, he began to be associated with other powerful deities. He was often linked with Ra, the sun god, and Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. In many myths, Khonsu is depicted working alongside these gods, helping to maintain the balance of the cosmos. In this role, Khonsu was seen as a key figure in the eternal struggle against chaos. Each night, he would join Ra in the solar bark, battling the serpent Apophis, who sought to devour the sun and plunge the world into darkness. Through these myths, Khonsu's role as a protector was solidified, not just in the physical world, but in the spiritual realm as well. Khonsu's prominence reached its pinnacle during the New Kingdom, particularly in the city of Thebes, where he became part of one of the most important divine families, the Theban triad. This triad consisted of Amun, the king of the gods, Mut, the great mother goddess, and their divine son, Khonsu. In this triad, Khonsu's role as the son of Amun and Mut symbolized the moon's relationship with the sun and the earth. Amun representing the hidden powerful sun, Mut, the nurturing earth, and Khonsu, the moon that bridges the two. This familial connection highlighted Khonsu's importance not only as a lunar deity, but also as a god of healing and protection, reflecting the nurturing aspects of his mother, Mut. The people of Thebes held Khonsu in high regard, with his temple at Karnak standing as a testament to his importance. Here, rituals were conducted to honor Khonsu, asking for his protection during the night and invoking his healing powers in times of illness. Khonsu's connection to Thebes also tied him to the city's political and religious power. As Thebes grew in prominence during the Middle and New Kingdoms, so too did the worship of Khonsu. The city's rulers, eager to legitimize their authority, often depicted themselves as favored by the Theban triad, with Khonsu acting as a divine protector and healer. Khonsu's connection to the moon is one of the most defining aspects of his character. The ancient Egyptians believed that Khonsu controlled the phases of the moon, his influence waxing and waning as the moon moved through its monthly cycle. Khonsu was revered as the illuminator of darkness, the god who brought light to the night. His presence was seen as a comfort, a beacon of hope in the dark hours when the dangers of the night were most feared. But the moon's journey was not without peril. Each night, Khonsu would embark on a dangerous voyage, accompanying Ra in the solar bark as it traveled through the underworld. During this nightly journey, Khonsu played a crucial role in protecting Ra from the serpent Apophis, the embodiment of chaos, who sought to devour the sun and plunge the world into eternal darkness. It was Khonsu's task to battle this fearsome serpent, using his lunar powers to drive it away and ensure that the sun would rise again. This nightly battle between Khonsu and Apophis symbolized the eternal struggle between order and chaos, light and darkness. Through these myths, the ancient Egyptians understood the vital role that Khonsu played in the preservation of life and the stability of the universe. Khonsu was not only a guardian of the night, he was also a powerful healer. His reputation as a divine physician spread far beyond the borders of Egypt, with stories of his healing powers becoming legendary. One of the most famous stories of Khonsu's healing powers comes from the land of Nubia, where a foreign king, stricken with illness, desperately sought Khonsu's aid. In this tale, Khonsu was invoked to travel to Nubia and heal the ailing monarch, demonstrating his far-reaching influence and the faith that people placed in his powers. In this myth, Khonsu's journey to Nubia was not just a demonstration of his healing abilities, but also a testament to his role as a benevolent deity who could cross borders to bring relief to those in need. His association with healing was so strong that he was often invoked alongside Thoth, the god of wisdom and medicine, in medical practices and rituals. Perhaps the most well-known tale of Khonsu's healing powers is found on the Bentresh stela, where the god is called upon to heal a foreign princess suffering from a mysterious illness. According to the stela, Khonsu's statue was brought to the foreign land, and through his divine presence, the princess was cured, further solidifying his reputation as a powerful healer. He was not just a god of the moon, but a divine protector who could bring health and wellness to those who sought his help, no matter where they were. In a time when the night was filled with unseen dangers, from wild animals to evil spirits, Khonsu was invoked as a guardian who could guide and protect those who journeyed under the cover of darkness. Tales of Khonsu's protective powers were widespread. It was believed that he could shield travelers from harm, warding off evil spirits that roamed the night. His presence was a source of comfort for those who ventured into the unknown, knowing that the moon god watched over them. Khonsu was seen as a guardian of the vulnerable, a deity who ensured that the night, despite its dangers, could be safely navigated. His protective powers were also called upon in the home, where amulets and prayers, invoking Khonsu, were used to protect against evil forces during the night. Khonsu the child, often depicted as a young boy with a sidelock of youth. This representation emphasizes his role as a youthful, vibrant deity, full of potential and closely associated with the renewal of life. It also underscores his place within the Theban triad. Another intriguing title is Khonsu, the provider, which reflects his role in ensuring the fertility of the land and the well-being of the people. As the moon god, Khonsu was believed to have control over the cycles of nature, including the tides and the growth of crops, making him a crucial figure in the agricultural society of ancient Egypt. Khonsu's influence extended beyond religious rituals. he also played a critical role in ancient Egyptian timekeeping. The lunar calendar was essential for determining the timing of festivals, agricultural activities, and even the months themselves. The phases of the moon, under Khonsu's watchful eye, guided the Egyptians in their daily lives, helping them align their activities with the natural world. But perhaps one of the most mysterious aspects of Khonsu's worship is the rituals associated with lunar eclipses. To the ancient Egyptians, a lunar eclipse was a time of danger, when Khonsu's light was temporarily obscured by the forces of chaos. Special rituals were conducted to protect the moon god and ensure his safe return to the night sky. These rituals, shrouded in secrecy, hint at the deep reverence and fear that lunar phenomena inspired in ancient Egyptian society.
We will dive deep into the origins and early worship of one of Egypt's most significant, yet often overlooked deities, the Mother Goddess. Mut's origins can be traced back to the city of Thebes, now known today as Luxor. Mut was revered as the Great Mother, a title that reflected her nurturing maternal essence and her role as the mother of the gods. The name in Egyptian simply translates to mother, emphasizing her role as a maternal figure, not only to the gods but to the entire cosmos. Her name carried immense weight, symbolizing both the literal and spiritual aspects of motherhood. As the ancient Egyptians believed, she was the source of all life. Despite her later prominence, Mut's early origins remain somewhat mysterious. She likely began as a local deity in Thebes, but by the Middle and New Kingdom periods, her influence grew exponentially, alongside the rise of Amun, who became the most powerful god in Egypt. As Amun's stature increased, so too did Mut's, cementing her place as the queen of the gods. Interestingly, it was the rise of Thebes as a political and religious center that helped her ascend from a regional deity to a central figure in the Egyptian pantheon. As Thebes flourished, so too did the worship of the Theban triad. The relationship between Mut, Amun, and Khonsu wasn't just familial, it was symbolic of cosmic order. Together, they represented a balance of power. Amun, the unseen force of creation, Khonsu, the celestial regulator, and Mut, the nurturing mother who kept it all in harmony. One of Mut's most important religious centers was the Karnak temple complex, where she had a grand precinct dedicated entirely to her. This temple, located just south of Amun's larger temple, was a testament to her growing importance. The connection between these temples symbolized the deep bond between Mut and Amun. At Karnak, the temple was home to numerous statues and representations of the goddess, often showing her with the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. This imagery reinforced her position as a mother not only to the gods, but to the pharaohs and people of Egypt. She was both nurturing and powerful, embodying the stability and prosperity of the land itself. Mut was deeply connected to the sky and water, two powerful symbols of life and creation in Egyptian mythology. The sky represented her divine presence, watching over the world, while water symbolized fertility and the flow of life. Just as the Nile was the lifeblood of Egypt, Mut was the lifeblood of the cosmos. Her nurturing presence was often invoked during times of need, whether for the fertility of the land or for protection in war. Ancient Egyptians believed that by calling on Mut, they were seeking the help of a protective mother who would safeguard them in the same way she cared for the gods. Like the waters of the Nile, which gave life to Egypt, Mut symbolized the primal forces of creation. As the goddess of both fertility and the heavens, she ensured that the cycle of life continued. Her influence could be seen in the growth of crops, the flooding of the Nile, and the prosperity of the people. As her influence expanded, Mut became a central figure in the religious life of ancient Egypt. Offerings were made to her in her temples, and she was invoked in prayers and rituals seeking fertility, health, and divine protection. As the mother of the gods and the protector of kings, Mut's presence was felt in every aspect of Egyptian life. She held a unique place in the Egyptian pantheon, embodying divine royalty and the power of protection. Revered as the mother of gods and the queen of the heavens, Mut was deeply connected to Egypt's royal authority and the ruling pharaohs. Mut was revered as a powerful protector of the king. She was a guardian of divine royalty itself. This maternal yet fierce role is what set Mut apart as a symbol of both authority and protection, traits essential to the pharaoh's divine rule. The pharaohs considered themselves under her watchful care, receiving her divine endorsement and strength to rule. In return, they honored her with grand temples and elaborate festivals. She was distinct from other prominent mother goddesses like Isis and Hathor. Isis, known for her loyalty and devotion, was associated with the resurrection myth of Osiris and had a role that emphasized love and the afterlife. Hathor, the goddess of joy, fertility, and motherhood, was closely tied to music, dance, and fertility, often depicted as the nurturing cow goddess who provided sustenance. Mut, however, combined aspects of both Isis and Hathor with a unique emphasis on royalty, strength, and fierce protection. She was not only the mother, but the queen, embodying strength in the realm of gods and humans alike. Her association with Amun, one of the most powerful gods in Egyptian religion, further elevated her status. As his divine consort, Mut's position became all the more powerful, merging her identity with that of a universal mother and queen, not just for gods, but for all creation. In some depictions, Mut appears with the head of a lioness, a symbol of strength and ferocity in Egyptian mythology. The lioness form was often linked to goddesses associated with war and protection, like Sekhmet. Mut's lioness aspect highlighted her capacity to defend her family, her people, and Egypt itself. Pharaohs looked to Mut's strength as both a model and a divine guarantee of their own power, especially in times of conflict.
In the beginning, according to ancient Egyptian mythology, there was only the primordial waters of Nun, a vast and infinite sea of chaos. From this chaos emerged Atum, the first god, who willed himself into existence. Atum, embodying the power of creation, stood alone on the primeval mound, a symbol of land emerging from the waters. Desiring companionship, Atum created the first divine pair through an extraordinary act. He sneezed, and from his breath were born Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. This act of creation signifies the breath of life and the essential elements of air and moisture, necessary for all forms of existence. Shu and Tefnut were not just siblings, but twin flames, embodying complementary forces. As the god of air, Shu represented the breath of life, the essence that animates and sustains living beings. Tefnut, as the goddess of moisture, represented the nourishing dew and rain that allowed life to flourish. Their union was the first step towards creating order from chaos, a theme central to Egyptian cosmology. Shu and Tefnut's offspring, Geb, the earth god, and Nut, the sky goddess, furthered this divine lineage, laying the foundations for the world as known to ancient Egyptians. One of the most crucial acts attributed to Shu is the separation of Nut, the sky, from Geb, the earth. In the beginning, Nut and Geb were locked in a tight embrace, preventing the creation of life. Atum commanded Shu to intervene and create space between them. With immense strength, Shu lifted Nut away from Geb, creating the expanse of the sky above and the solid ground below. This act was not merely a physical separation, but a profound cosmological event that established the structure of the universe. Shu's intervention allowed the sun to rise, stars to shine, and life to thrive on Earth. By holding the sky in place, Shu ensured the balance of Ma'at, the principle of cosmic order and harmony. This balance was crucial for the survival of both the gods and humanity, preventing the chaos of Nun from reclaiming the world. Shu's role as a stabilizing force made him indispensable in maintaining the order of the cosmos. Through this act, Shu became a symbol of stability and protection, embodying the life-giving breath of the wind and the clarity of light. His presence was invoked in rituals and prayers, ensuring that the delicate balance of nature was upheld and that chaos was kept at bay. One of the most recognizable symbols of Shu is the ostrich feather he wears on his head. This feather is not merely decorative, it is a profound symbol representing air and light, the very elements Shu governs. The ostrich feather is light and delicate, qualities that perfectly embody Shu's domain over air. In Egyptian culture, feathers were often associated with Mahat. Shu's feather signifies his role in maintaining this principle by creating and sustaining the space necessary for life and order. Another significant symbol associated with Shu is the Ankh, a hieroglyph that represents life. By holding the Ankh, Shu is depicted as a giver and sustainer of life, underscoring his essential role in breathing life into the world and maintaining the balance of the cosmos. The ostrich feather and the Ankh together encapsulate Shu's essence as a deity of air and light. They reflect his power to infuse the world with the breath of life and his duty to uphold the divine order. He is intrinsically linked to the elements of air, light, wind, and dry air. In ancient Egyptian belief, Shu was the invisible force that filled the space between the earth and the sky, the very air that people breathed. As the god of air, Shu was responsible for the wind and the dry air of the desert. The Egyptians recognized the vital importance of air for breathing and wind for cooling and drying, especially in their hot, arid climate. Thus, Shu was seen as a life-sustaining force, providing the essential elements for survival and comfort. As the father of Nut, the sky goddess, and Geb, the earth god, Shu's actions in separating them were crucial in establishing the world's structure. His twin sister Tefnut, goddess of moisture, complements his domain, together representing the balance of dry and wet elements. His association with light also ties him to Ra, the sun god, symbolizing the illumination of truth and clarity in both the physical and spiritual realms. Ancient Egyptian religious texts are a treasure trove of knowledge about their beliefs, rituals, and the pantheon of gods. Among the oldest of these texts are the pyramid texts and coffin texts, which provide fascinating insights into the role of Shu. The pyramid texts, inscribed on the walls of the pyramids of the Old Kingdom, are among the earliest religious writings in the world. In these texts, Shu is often invoked as a protective deity. For instance, in one passage, Shu is called upon to support the deceased king's ascent to the sky, ensuring a safe journey to the afterlife. The texts describe Shu's role in lifting the sky and maintaining the order necessary for the king to join the gods. Similarly, the coffin texts, which appear in the Middle Kingdom and were inscribed on coffins, continue to emphasize Shu's importance. These texts expand on the themes found in the pyramid texts, offering more personalized prayers and spells for the deceased. Shu is frequently mentioned as a guardian who protects the soul during its journey, using his breath to grant the deceased new life and ensuring they reach the afterlife. The Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and incantations designed to guide the deceased through the afterlife, also features Shu prominently. This text, used extensively during the New Kingdom, provided a detailed roadmap for the soul's journey to the afterlife, emphasizing the importance of divine protection and guidance. In the journey to the afterlife, one of the critical moments is the weighing of the heart ceremony, presided over by Osiris. While Shu is not directly involved in this scene, his role in maintaining the cosmic order is crucial. By supporting the sky and ensuring the balance of Ma'at, Shu creates the conditions necessary for the judgment to be fair and just. In one notable passage, Shu is depicted as lifting the sky to allow the deceased to see the light of the sun, god Ra, symbolizing enlightenment and the ultimate union with the divine. This act underscores Shu's role in providing clarity and guiding the soul towards eternal harmony. Shu's enduring legacy in ancient Egyptian mythology highlights the profound connection the Egyptians felt with the natural elements and their divine representations. As the god of air and light, Shu's influence was woven into the very fabric of daily life and the spiritual beliefs that guided the ancient Egyptians. The fascination with Shu and other deities of the Egyptian pantheon continues to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike. His role in maintaining cosmic order and his protective presence in the afterlife rituals underscore the deep reverence the Egyptians had for their gods and the intricate mythology they developed. The balance and harmony that Shu embodied continue to inspire and intrigue us, offering insights into the ancient civilization that revered him. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Shu, the god of air and light. As we immerse ourselves in the rich tapestry of ancient Egypt, Thoth emerges as a luminary figure, a god whose influence spans the realms of wisdom, magic, and cosmic balance. Known by many names, Thoth the Scribe, Thoth the Ibis, or even Thoth the Messenger, this deity played an integral role in the celestial drama of Egyptian mythology. Picture this: Thoth, the one who held the quill that chronicled the very essence of existence, the architect of cosmic order, and the guide of souls through the afterlife. But our journey today is not just a stroll through ancient texts and hieroglyphs, it's a captivating exploration into the heart of the divine mysteries Thoth guards. In the grand tapestry of Egyptian cosmogony, Thoth emerges as a celestial architect, a divine force woven into the very fabric of creation. The creation myth surrounding Thoth is a captivating narrative, where he takes his place among the primordial deities, shaping the cosmos with wisdom and magic. But Thoth's story doesn't begin and end with creation. It's intricately tied to the Ogdoad, the ensemble of 8 primordial deities. Each member of this cosmic symphony played a unique role, and Thoth, with his unparalleled intellect, brought a harmonious balance to the cosmic dance. As we gaze upon the ancient Egyptian art and hieroglyphs, we witness Thoth's visage etched in the annals of time. The scribe, the ibis-headed deity, and the master of the written word. These depictions reveal not just a god, but a symbol of wisdom and knowledge, revered across the ages. The evolution of Thoth's image is a captivating journey through the dynasties of ancient Egypt. From the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom, Thoth's influence adapted, his role shifting, yet the essence of wisdom and magic remained an indelible mark on the culture and spirituality of the Egyptians. Thoth, often hailed as the god of wisdom, writing, and magic, embodies the very essence of intellectual prowess and mystic arts. As we delve into his diverse portfolio, we discover how he becomes not just a deity, but a beacon of enlightenment for the ancient Egyptians. But what sets Thoth apart is his role as the scribe of the gods. Picture this: a celestial figure meticulously recording the deeds of gods and mortals alike. Thoth, with his ibis-headed visage, becomes the keeper of cosmic archives, bridging the mortal and divine realms with his sacred quill. Yet, Thoth is no one-dimensional deity. The delicate balance between wisdom and mischief defines his dual nature. He's not just the wise guardian, he's also the playful trickster, challenging the conventional boundaries of cosmic order. The cosmic dance requires both order and chaos, and Thoth, with his duality, embodies this cosmic truth. Turn your gaze to the celestial canvas, and you'll find Thoth weaving his influence into the very fabric of time. His connection to the moon and his mastery over the cycles of time showcase his celestial authority. Thoth becomes the eternal timekeeper, guiding the sun on its daily journey with unparalleled precision. Let us focus our gaze on the afterlife, where Thoth assumes a role of profound importance. In the judgment of the deceased, Thoth stands as a divine arbiter, overseeing the scales of justice. His presence in this sacred moment reflects the intricate balance between one's deeds in life and the cosmic order. Picture this cosmic courtroom, where Thoth plays a crucial role in the weighing of the heart against the feather of Ma'at. The heart, representing the soul's essence, is carefully measured against the feather of divine harmony. Thoth's quill records the outcome, shaping the destiny of the departed in the afterlife. And speaking of the afterlife, Thoth's journey doesn't end with mere judgment. His contributions extend to the protection of none other than the sun god Ra. As a guardian and confidant, Thoth weaves spells and incantations to safeguard Ra on his perilous journey through the underworld. As we immerse ourselves in these ancient myths, let's appreciate the intricate dance of cosmic forces, where Thoth's wisdom and influence ripple through the very foundations of Egyptian spirituality. As we step into the sacred precincts, we witness the vibrancy of rituals and ceremonies dedicated to Thoth. Imagine the rhythmic cadence of incantations, the wafting scent of sacred offerings, and the flickering glow of eternal flames. The worship of Thoth was a tapestry of sights and sounds, an intricate dance of devotion that resonated through the corridors of time. Yet, Thoth's influence transcended the confines of the temple walls. His societal importance reached into the very fabric of education and knowledge dissemination. In the sanctuaries of learning, priests dedicated themselves to the teachings of Thoth, ensuring that wisdom and literacy became pillars of Egyptian society. Picture a society where the pursuit of knowledge was not merely a personal endeavor, but a sacred duty inspired by Thoth's legacy. From the sacred scrolls to the hallowed halls of wisdom, Thoth's influence permeated the written word, shaping the very foundations of ancient Egyptian literature and philosophy. Prepare yourselves for a revelation of lesser-known myths and stories featuring Thoth. Beyond the well-trodden paths of Egyptian mythology, there exist hidden narratives that shed new light on Thoth's cosmic role. From secret realms to celestial escapades, these tales paint a portrait of Thoth that transcends the familiar. Thoth's connection to the Emerald Tablets unveils a profound association with the ancient alchemical wisdom. These mystical tablets, attributed to Thoth himself, delve into the secrets of transformation, transmutation, and the eternal principles of Hermeticism. As we venture further, it becomes clear that Thoth's influence extends far beyond the banks of the Nile. The cultural impact of Thoth reverberates across ancient civilizations, leaving an indelible mark on the beliefs and practices of diverse cultures. From Greece to Rome, the echoes of Thoth's wisdom resonate through the corridors of time. Thoth's presence isn't confined to dusty tomes or ancient ruins. It permeates modern popular culture. Explore with me as we uncover how Thoth, the ancient deity of wisdom, has found a place in literature, art, and even contemporary spirituality. From books to movies, music to symbolism, Thoth's timeless allure continues to captivate hearts and minds. As we bring our exploration to a close, let's celebrate the enduring legacy of Thoth and the way his ancient wisdom continues to inspire and intrigue us in the 21st century. From the creation myths and his association with the Ogdoad to his role as the scribe of the gods, Thoth's significance in ancient Egyptian cosmogony is truly profound. The delicate balance between wisdom and mischief, his connection to the moon, and the timeless symbolism associated with him reflect the multifaceted nature of this divine figure. May the wisdom of Thoth illuminate your path, and may the echoes of his timeless legacy resonate in your hearts. In the pantheon of ancient Egyptian gods, one figure emerges as a symbol of chaos, a force that tested the very foundations of cosmic order. This deity, Apep, cast its shadow across the beliefs and rituals of the ancient Egyptians, leaving behind a legacy that echoes through the sands of time. Apep, also known as Apophis, serpent of chaos, embodies the eternal struggle between creation and destruction. Its significance in ancient Egyptian mythology is profound, as it symbolizes the constant battle to maintain Ma'at, the delicate balance that governed the universe. Through the annals of time, this serpent god has slithered through the pages of history, leaving behind tales of epic clashes with the sun god Ra and ceremonies designed to ward off its malevolent influence. In the realm of the ancient Egyptians, the belief system was not merely a collection of myths, but a guiding force that shaped their daily lives, rituals, and societal structures. At its core was a pantheon of gods, each playing a unique role in maintaining cosmic order, or Ma'at. Central to this divine cast was Apep, a serpent deity, whose presence was synonymous with chaos and destruction. Apep's role in the pantheon was distinct, challenging the very foundations of Ma'at and testing the resilience of order in the Egyptian cosmos. Imagine the pantheon as a delicate balance. On one side, gods associated with order, stability, and creation. On the other, Apep, a disruptive force that sought to unravel this harmony. Gods like Ra, Osiris, and Ma'at personified cosmic order, working tirelessly to keep chaos at bay. Ra, the powerful sun god, symbolized light and life, providing a stark contrast to Apep's shroud of darkness. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, represented the cyclical nature of existence, while Ma'at embodied the very balance that Apep sought to disrupt. Apep, also known as Apophis, is more than just a name. It is a thread woven into the fabric of ancient Egyptian mythology. Let us dive into the origins of this intriguing deity, exploring the alternative names that have echoed through the corridors of time. A serpent winding its way through the cosmic tapestry, disrupting the delicate balance upheld by gods like Ra, Osiris, and Ma'at. Apep's symbolism lies in its serpentine form, representing the chaotic forces that challenged the eternal dance of order and disorder. Let's turn our gaze to the epic battles between Apep and the sun god Ra, a clash of cosmic titans that unfolded daily in the realms of Egyptian mythology. These mythical confrontations weren't just tales of deities, they symbolized the eternal struggle between light and darkness, good and evil. Ra, the radiant sun god, embarked on a perilous journey through the underworld each night, facing the relentless onslaught of Apep, the serpent of chaos. These myths served as metaphors for the cyclical nature of day and night, reinforcing the constant tension between order and chaos. In the eyes of the ancient Egyptians, Apep wasn't merely a mythical creature, it was a formidable force that demanded respect and attention. We will explore how the Egyptians perceived Apep and the intricate rituals they devised to either appease or ward off this chaotic deity. Temples dedicated to Apep were sacred spaces where the devout sought to commune with the divine and gain protection from the serpent's malevolent influence. These ceremonies were not just rituals, they were a testament to the Egyptians' unwavering belief in the delicate balance between order and chaos. Imagine standing within the hallowed halls of a temple dedicated to Apep, surrounded by the rhythmic chants and incantations of priests and priestesses. These ceremonies were not mere performances. They were a collective effort to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic harmony threatened by Apep's presence. Archaeological excavations have unearthed a trove of artifacts offering glimpses into the fervent worship of Apep. Elaborate amulets, intricate carvings, and ceremonial tools provide us with tangible links to the spiritual practices that once unfolded in the shadow of this serpent deity. As we navigate through the remnants of the past, we uncover the profound connection between the people of ancient Egypt and their dedication to Apep. The artifacts speak of a civilization that sought divine protection, forging a spiritual shield against the chaos that loomed on the horizon. As civilizations evolve, so too do their belief systems. Apep, once a formidable force in the pantheon of Egyptian gods, experienced a subtle decline over time. The reasons behind this shift are multifaceted, with changing political landscapes and cultural dynamics playing pivotal roles. Political upheavals, the rise and fall of empires, and the emergence of new belief systems all contributed to the altering spiritual landscape of ancient Egypt. Apep, once a central figure in the cosmic drama, saw a diminishing role as societal values and priorities evolved. Yet, as deities often do, Apep underwent transformations in the face of changing times. In later periods, we witness reinterpretations of this serpent god, adapting to the evolving spiritual needs of the people. In some instances, Apep took on new layers of symbolism, embodying different aspects or serving as a metaphor for challenges unique to the era. The serpent god, once a symbol of pure chaos, found itself woven into the fabric of evolving mythologies. The decline of Apep's prominence does not mark the end of its legacy. Instead, it invites us to explore the fluid nature of mythology, where gods can adapt, transform, and find new relevance in the ever-changing tapestry of human belief. As we near the culmination of our journey through the mysteries of Egyptian god Apep, our quest takes an exciting turn into the realms of legacy and influence. Join us as we uncover the threads connecting Apep's ancient presence to the tapestry of later mythologies and modern popular culture. The impact of Apep extends far beyond the sands of ancient Egypt. The concept of this chaotic serpent deity has rippled through time, leaving its imprint on later mythologies and cultural beliefs. Let's explore the echoes of Apep in the narratives of diverse cultures. In different corners of the world, we find echoes of Apep's essence. The serpent symbolizing chaos, the eternal struggle between order and disorder. Whether in the form of a mythic creature or a metaphorical force, Apep's legacy endures as a universal symbol. As we navigate the corridors of pop culture, we see Apep's enigmatic charm embedded in gaming realms, literature, and even contemporary art. The serpent god, once an ancient symbol, has seamlessly integrated into the evolving narratives of today. We began with a glimpse into the rich tapestry of ancient Egyptian mythology, where Apep emerged as a symbol of chaos, challenging the delicate balance of cosmic order. Like a serpent shedding its skin, Apep found new life in transformation. Its legacy echoed through later mythologies and permeated modern popular culture, becoming a timeless symbol that continues to inspire and intrigue. In the land of ancient Egypt, mythology wasn't just stories, but a sacred tapestry woven into the very fabric of society. At the heart of this mystical realm, we find goddess Nut. Nut, the goddess of the sky, is one of the most revered figures in Egyptian cosmology. Her name itself, Nut or Nui, signifies the vast expanse of the heavens. Her importance in ancient Egyptian culture cannot be overstated. She was the very embodiment of the cosmos, the overarching sky under which all life existed. Depicted as a woman whose body arches over the earth, Nut is often portrayed adorned with stars, symbolizing her connection to the celestial realm. Nut's significance goes beyond mere representation. She played a crucial role in Egyptian cosmology, where she was believed to swallow the sun each evening and give birth to it anew each morning. This cyclical journey of the sun symbolized the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a concept deeply ingrained in Egyptian religious beliefs. As we embark on our exploration of Nut's mythology, we'll uncover the layers of symbolism and meaning behind her divine presence, shedding light on the mysteries of ancient Egypt. Let us unravel the captivating world of Goddess Nut. To understand the origins of Goddess Nut, we must journey back to the dawn of Egyptian civilization, where mythology intertwined with the very essence of existence. In the beginning, there was only chaos, a swirling abyss from which all life emerged. From this primordial chaos arose the gods and goddesses, including the illustrious Nut. Nut, whose name means sky or heaven, emerged as one of the most prominent figures in Egyptian cosmology. She was born from the union of Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. As the daughter of Shu and Tefnut, Nut occupied a central place within the Egyptian pantheon. She was revered as the mother of many deities, including Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Nut's significance extended far beyond her familial ties. She was the personification of the sky itself, her body arching over the earth, her star-studded form symbolizing the infinite expanse of the heavens. As the goddess of the sky, Nut was intimately connected to the cycles of nature and the cosmic order. She was believed to swallow the sun each evening, guiding it through the underworld before giving birth to it anew each morning. This daily journey of the sun mirrored the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, with Nut serving as the guardian of this celestial passage. Throughout ancient Egypt, temples were erected in honor of Nut, where priests and priestesses performed rituals to honor her divine presence and ensure cosmic harmony. The mythology surrounding Goddess Nut is rich with tales that offer profound insights into the beliefs and values of ancient Egypt. One of the most enduring myths involving Nut revolves around her separation from Geb, the earth god. According to legend, Nut and Geb were once inseparable, locked in a passionate embrace for eternity. But their union posed a dilemma for the other gods, who feared that their eternal embrace would prevent the natural order of the world. To resolve this, the god Thoth intervened, creating 5 additional days in the year. With these additional days, Nut was able to arch her body over the earth, creating the sky above and allowing the cycles of nature to continue unabated. Thus, Nut and Geb were forever separated, yet eternally connected. The symbolism behind this myth is profound. Nut's separation from Geb represents the division between the heavens and the earth, the tangible and the celestial. It reflects the delicate balance of opposing forces in the natural world. Nut's role extends beyond the cosmic realm. She is also revered as a protective deity, watching over the souls of the deceased as they journey through the afterlife. In Egyptian belief, Nut was believed to swallow the sun each evening, guiding it through the perilous underworld before giving birth to it anew each morning. This cycle of death and rebirth mirrored the journey of the soul through the afterlife. Priests and priestesses invoked Nut's name in funeral rituals, seeking her protection and guidance for the deceased as they navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld. Throughout the annals of Egyptian art, the goddess Nut has been immortalized in a myriad of captivating depictions. In ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs and reliefs, Nut is often portrayed as a woman with her elongated body arched across the sky, her limbs adorned with stars and celestial motifs. This iconic imagery of Nut's arched form symbolizes her role as the overarching sky, embracing the earth and all of creation within her celestial embrace. The stars that adorn Nut's body are not merely decorative, but hold profound significance. They represent the souls of the departed, guided by Nut through the perilous journey of the afterlife. As Egyptian civilization flourished and evolved over millennia, so too did the representations of Nut. In different regions of Egypt, artists depicted Nut in unique styles, adapting her imagery to suit local beliefs and customs. In Upper Egypt, Nut was often portrayed with a more angular and stylized appearance, reflecting the artistic conventions of the region. In Lower Egypt, her depictions tended to be more fluid and naturalistic. As the centuries passed, Nut's representations underwent subtle changes, reflecting shifts in religious beliefs and cultural influences. Yet her essential attributes remained constant, symbolizing the timeless truths of Egyptian cosmology. From the earliest hieroglyphs to the grand temple reliefs, Nut's image served as a visual reminder of the interconnectedness of the heavens and the earth, inspiring awe and reverence in all who beheld her. In the heart of ancient Egypt, temples dedicated to the goddess Nut stood as sacred sanctuaries, where devotees gathered to honor her divine presence and seek her blessings. The cult worship of Nut was deeply ingrained in Egyptian society, with rituals, festivals, and ceremonies held throughout the year to pay homage to the revered goddess of the sky. Priests and priestesses played a central role in these religious observances, acting as intermediaries between the mortal realm and the divine. They meticulously performed rituals to ensure cosmic harmony and appease the goddess. One of the most significant festivals dedicated to Nut was the Feast of Nut, celebrated annually during the inundation of the Nile. This festival honored Nut's role in providing life-giving water to the land. During these festivals, worshippers would gather in temples adorned with images of Nut, offering prayers, incense, and symbolic offerings to appease the goddess and ensure a bountiful harvest. The temples dedicated to Nut served as sacred spaces where devotees could commune with the divine and seek guidance in times of need. These magnificent structures were adorned with intricate carvings and paintings depicting the goddess in all her splendor. Priests and priestesses dedicated their lives to serving Nut, conducting daily rituals to honor her divine presence and maintain cosmic order. They meticulously cared for the temples, ensuring that they remained pristine and sanctified. Offerings of food, drink, and precious treasures were made to Nut as tokens of devotion, symbolizing the reciprocity between the mortal realm and the divine. Nut is the personification of the sky, her outstretched body spanning across the heavens, embracing the earth and all of creation within her cosmic embrace. One of Nut's most significant associations is with the sun god Ra, who traverses her celestial form each day, emerging from her mouth at dawn and being swallowed by her at dusk. This cyclical journey of Ra symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth, with Nut serving as the vessel through which the sun god is reborn each morning. Nut's association with Ra extends beyond the celestial realm to the realm of the afterlife. In Egyptian belief, Nut guides the souls of the deceased through the perilous journey of the underworld, ensuring their rebirth into the next life. This concept of rebirth and regeneration was central to Egyptian cosmological beliefs, and Nut's imagery played a crucial role in funerary rituals and ceremonies. In tombs and funerary texts, Nut is often depicted as a protective deity, sheltering the deceased in her celestial embrace and guiding them safely to the afterlife. Priests and priestesses invoked Nut's name in funeral rites, offering prayers and incantations to ensure the soul's safe passage through the underworld. We hope that this journey has sparked a newfound curiosity and appreciation for Egyptian mythology, a rich tapestry woven with stories of gods and goddesses, and a profound understanding of the cosmos. Our exploration doesn't end here. We invite you to continue your journey into the depths of Egyptian mythology, uncovering the hidden truths and ancient wisdom that still resonate with us today. Whether you're drawn to the celestial mysteries of Nut, the epic tales of Osiris and Isis, or the enigmatic symbols of the pyramids, there's always more to discover and learn. Let us continue to explore the wonders of history and mythology together. Welcome to the mystical world of ancient Egypt, where gods walked among mortals and legends were born in the sands of time. At the heart of this rich tapestry of mythology stands Atum, a deity of profound significance and enduring mystery. In the vast pantheon of Egyptian gods and goddesses, Atum occupies a unique position as the primordial creator, the essence of existence itself. Before we delve deeper into the realm of Atum, let's take a moment to understand the broader context of Egyptian mythology. The ancient Egyptians believed in a pantheon of deities, each with their own domain and significance. From the mighty Ra, the sun god, to the wise Thoth, the god of knowledge, and the nurturing goddess Isis, the divine family of gods and goddesses shaped every aspect of Egyptian life. And among these illustrious beings, Atum stands as the progenitor of all creation, the very first deity to emerge from the primordial chaos. We embark on this journey through the annals of Egyptian mythology, prepare to uncover the secrets of Atum, the enigmatic god who shaped the universe with the power of his divine will. Join us as we unravel the mysteries of Atum, the ancient god who holds the key to understanding the very essence of existence. In the beginning, there was only the vast expanse of the primordial waters of Nun, the very essence of chaos and potentiality. From this boundless sea of creation emerged Atum, the god of beginnings and the ultimate creator deity of ancient Egypt. Atum is unique among the Egyptian gods, for he is not born of another deity, nor does he arise from any external force. Instead, Atum is self-created, the embodiment of the creative force inherent within the universe itself. Throughout Egyptian mythology, Atum is often depicted as a god with dual aspects, representing the duality of creation and destruction, life and death. As the self-created god, Atum holds the power to shape reality according to his divine will, bringing order out of chaos and giving rise to the world as we know it. From the earliest days of Egyptian civilization, Atum was revered as the primordial force from which all life sprang forth, the very embodiment of creation itself. Atum, the enigmatic creator deity of ancient Egypt, is surrounded by a rich tapestry of symbols and epithets that reveal the depths of his divine nature. Chief among these symbols is the Ankh, the ancient Egyptian hieroglyph representing life and immortality. Atum, as the creator of all life, holds the power to grant eternal existence to those who worship him. The sun disk, or Aten, is another emblem closely associated with Atum, symbolizing his role as a solar deity and the source of all light and warmth in the world. The scepter, or was, is a symbol of authority and divine power, often wielded by Atum as a sign of his dominion over the universe and its inhabitants. In addition to these symbols, Atum is also known by a variety of epithets that speak to his multifaceted nature. Titles such as the Complete One and Lord of the Two Lands underscore his status as the ultimate source of all existence and the ruler of both Upper and Lower Egypt. Perhaps most significant of all is Atum's association with the sun, the celestial body that illuminates the world and sustains all life upon it. As the sun rises and sets each day, so too does Atum symbolize the eternal cycle of creation and renewal, guiding humanity on its journey through the endless expanse of time. Atum's role in the creation of the world is intricately linked to the concept of Ma'at, the cosmic order that governs all existence. As the first deity to arise from the waters of Nun, Atum brought forth Ma'at, establishing harmony and balance in the cosmos. Atum's influence extends far beyond the act of creation itself. He is intimately connected to other major Egyptian deities, each playing a distinct role in the cosmic drama. Atum's association with Ra, the sun god, highlights his solar aspect, representing the life-giving power of the sun and its role in sustaining life on Earth. Similarly, Atum's connection to Osiris underscores his role as the divine judge of the dead, guiding souls on their journey through the afterlife and ensuring cosmic justice. As we contemplate Atum's vast cosmic influence, it becomes clear that he is more than just a creator deity. He is the embodiment of the eternal cycle of creation, preservation, and renewal. Throughout the annals of ancient Egyptian history, Atum has been immortalized in art and architecture, his divine presence woven into the very fabric of society. From the soaring temples of Karnak to the hidden chambers of the Valley of the Kings, Atum's likeness can be found gracing the walls and ceilings of sacred spaces dedicated to the worship of the gods. Atum's imagery serves as a visual representation of the Egyptian creation myth, symbolizing the act of creation and the emergence of life from the primordial chaos. His dual nature as both creator and destroyer is often depicted through his association with the sun, representing the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth that govern the universe. As Egyptian society evolved over the centuries, so too did the portrayal of Atum in art and architecture. From the early dynastic period to the height of the New Kingdom, Atum's imagery reflected the changing beliefs and cultural values of the Egyptian people. Through it all, Atum remained a central figure in Egyptian religion, his presence enduring as a testament to the enduring power of myth and symbolism. In the heart of ancient Egypt, the cult of Atum flourished, drawing devotees from far and wide to worship at his sacred temples and partake in rituals that honored the divine creator. The worship of Atum was a central aspect of Egyptian religious life, with temples dedicated to his veneration found throughout the land. These temples served as focal points for religious ceremonies and rituals conducted by priests trained in the ancient rites of the gods. At the heart of temple rituals dedicated to Atum were offerings made to the deity as symbols of devotion and gratitude. Food, drink, and precious goods were presented to Atum as tokens of reverence, believed to ensure his favor and blessings upon the worshippers. Atum's importance extended beyond the confines of the temple walls. He was also intimately connected to funerary rites and beliefs about the afterlife. In Egyptian mythology, Atum played a crucial role in the journey of the soul after death, guiding the deceased through the perilous realm of the underworld to reach the eternal paradise of the Field of Reeds. The worship of Atum encompassed both the celebration of life and the reverence for death, reflecting the cyclical nature of existence and the eternal quest for spiritual transcendence. The legacy of Atum endures, a timeless beacon of divine wisdom and cosmic power. Throughout millennia of Egyptian history, Atum has remained a central figure in the pantheon of gods, revered as the ultimate creator and sustainer of life. Atum's influence extends far beyond the borders of ancient Egypt. His teachings and symbolism have left a mark on later religious and philosophical traditions around the world. In Greco-Roman times, Atum was equated with the god Hermes Trismegistus, a figure revered for his wisdom and knowledge of the mystical arts. Even in modern times, Atum's symbolism continues to resonate. From his role as a symbol of creation and renewal to his embodiment of cosmic order and balance, Atum remains a source of inspiration and contemplation for those who seek to understand the mysteries of existence. From his emergence from the primordial waters of Nun to his role as the cosmic creator and sustainer of life, Atum's significance in Egyptian mythology is profound and far-reaching. We have delved into the rich tapestry of Atum's mythology, exploring his role in Egyptian cosmology, his symbolism in art and architecture, and his enduring legacy in religious and philosophical traditions. The allure of Atum and Egyptian religion persists, captivating the hearts and minds of people across the globe. We find echoes of our own humanity, our desires, fears, and aspirations, reflected in the stories of gods and heroes who shaped the world in days long past. May the legacy of Atum and the wisdom of the ancients continue to inspire us as we journey through time. Welcome to the cradle of civilization, where the sands of time whisper tales of gods and goddesses. Our journey begins amidst the captivating visuals of ancient Egyptian art, a tapestry of symbols that unravels the mysteries of a bygone era. The language of the ancients, an intricate dance of symbols that adorn the walls of temples and tombs. Each stroke, each curve tells a story. Today, we focus our gaze on a figure whose tale resonates through the ages, the mighty god Ptah. As we step into the divine genesis of Ptah, the weaver of destinies, let us unravel the threads that bind this enigmatic deity to the very fabric of Egyptian mythology. Ptah, a divine architect and creator, held a paramount role in the Egyptian pantheon. Within the divine ensemble known as the Ennead, Ptah took center stage, shaping the very essence of creation. In the sacred tapestry of creation myths, Ptah played a pivotal role. Known as the noble Jed, Ptah's creative energies brought forth the elements that formed the world as the ancient Egyptians knew it. Ptah, a deity of multifaceted wisdom and creative prowess, boasts unique attributes and symbols that distinguish him within the pantheon. From the distinctive skull cap symbolizing his role as a master craftsman to the ankh and was scepter symbolizing life and power, Ptah's iconography is a rich tapestry reflecting the intricate layers of his divine nature. In the artistry of ancient Egypt, Ptah's presence is vividly captured. Often depicted as a mummified figure holding the ankh, Ptah stands as a testament to the profound connection between life, death, and creation. Our next stop takes us to the heart of devotion, the city of Memphis. Here, the pulse of Ptah's worship resonated through the grandeur of the sacred temples. Memphis, a living tribute to Ptah, served as the epicenter of devotion. The Temple of Ptah, with its colossal pillars and intricate carvings, stood as a testament to the divine reverence bestowed upon Ptah by the ancient Egyptians. Ptah, often hailed as the great artisan, wasn't just a deity to be worshipped, but a craftsman whose creative hands shaped the very foundation of the cosmos. It's said that his words were the blueprint, and his will, the architect's vision, guiding the creation of both gods and mortals. Ptah, the divine artisan, is intricately woven into the very fabric of Ma'at, the cosmic order that governs the universe. As the nator of Ma'at, Ptah's creative energies were not just expressions of divine craftsmanship, but vital threads in the cosmic tapestry. His every action, every stroke of creation, echoed the harmonious balance that Ma'at demanded. Ptah, the opener of the ways, the noble Jed, each title bestows upon him a unique facet of power and wisdom. From the architect of the cosmos to the guardian of life's journey, Ptah's titles resonate with the grandeur of his multifaceted existence. Beyond the visual tapestry, Ptah's essence is etched into the sacred texts and hymns of ancient Egypt. In the hallowed words of the priests, Ptah's greatness was praised. In the echoes of hymns, his name reverberated through the sacred corridors. Today, we unveil the wisdom From the grandeur of the Old Kingdom to the twilight of the New, Ptah's divine influence resonated through the annals of history, shaping and reshaping the tapestry of Egyptian spirituality. In the golden era of the Old Kingdom, Ptah's prominence was unmistakable, his wisdom guiding the hands of builders and artisans. As dynasties rose and fell, Ptah's divine essence endured, adapting to the changing currents of Egyptian belief. Ptah, the eternal muse of creation, not only shaped the spiritual landscape, but left an indelible mark on the very soul of Egyptian civilization. In the bustling streets of ancient cities, Ptah's name echoed through the air, whispered in reverence by artisans and laborers alike. His image adorned temples, jewelry, and amulets, a symbol of divine craftsmanship woven into the fabric of everyday existence. Whether in the solemn rituals of the priesthood or the joyous celebrations of the people, Ptah's presence was ubiquitous. From birth to death, his guidance was sought, his blessings invoked in every momentous occasion. Behold, the sanctuaries raised in honor of Ptah, where the divine and earthly converged in architectural marvels that stood the test of time. From the colossal temple of Ptah in Memphis to the remote sanctuaries nestled along the Nile, each temple was a testament to the devotion and craftsmanship inspired by Ptah. The statues erected in his honor captured not only his divine essence, but also the artistic prowess of the Egyptian people. In the sands of Egypt, archaeologists unearthed a relic that unveiled a forgotten aspect of Ptah's worship, a hidden chamber where artisans once gathered to craft sacred artifacts in the deity's honor. As we journey through the sands of time, we now turn our gaze to Ptah's enduring legacy and his resonance in the modern world, and how the echoes of ancient Egypt continue to reverberate in contemporary art, spirituality, and global culture. Ptah's influence extends far beyond the temples of ancient Egypt, permeating the realms of contemporary art and popular culture. Artists and authors draw inspiration from his wisdom and craftsmanship, weaving his essence into the fabric of their narratives. In the tapestry of modern spirituality, Ptah's name still resonates, celebrated in festivals and gatherings around the world. From the towering obelisks of New York City to the bustling streets of Tokyo, Ptah's image adorns museums, galleries, and cultural landmarks, captivating audiences with the allure of ancient Egypt. The international As our journey through the mystical realm of Ptah draws to a close, we reflect on the revelations uncovered and the mysteries unraveled. Throughout our exploration, we've traced the divine genesis of Ptah, witnessed the evolution of his worship through the ages, and marveled at his enduring legacy in the modern world. From the sacred temples of ancient Egypt to the global stage of contemporary culture, Ptah's presence remains a testament to the enduring mystique of Egyptian mythology. In Ptah, we find not just a deity, but a guiding force, a beacon of creativity, balance, and eternal wisdom. As we journey onward, may the echoes of Ptah's legacy continue to inspire and illuminate our path. As we bid farewell to Ptah's mystical realm, I leave you with a tantalizing thought. Our journey through ancient civilizations and mythology has only just begun. We start with the birth and upbringing of Horus, a god whose existence is shrouded in myth and symbolism. According to ancient Egyptian mythology, Horus was born to the divine couple, Osiris and Isis. His birth was no ordinary event, as it marked the continuation of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The myth tells a tragic tale of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who was murdered by his jealous brother Set. In her grief, Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, tirelessly sought to resurrect Osiris. Through her magical prowess, she conceived Horus. Horus's parentage is a crucial aspect of his mythic identity. Osiris symbolizes the cycle of life, death, and resurrection, while Isis represents the nurturing and protective aspects of motherhood. Isis, in her maternal devotion, played a vital role in protecting and nurturing Horus, ensuring his safety and preparing him for his divine destiny. Horus is often depicted with the head of a falcon, a symbol laden with significance. The falcon, soaring high above, embodies divine kingship, keen vision, and swiftness, qualities attributed to Horus. The falcon-headed deity represents not just a god, but a divine protector and a symbol of justice. His vigilant gaze, like that of a falcon, oversees the world, ensuring balance and order in the cosmic scheme of things. In the early dynastic period, Horus was primarily associated with kingship and protection. He was revered as a deity guiding pharaohs in their divine rule, symbolizing the rightful heir to the throne. As the Old Kingdom unfolded, the myth of Horus solidified, emphasizing his role as the divine protector of the pharaoh and the guarantor of Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of cosmic order. With the Middle Kingdom came a shift in the representation of Horus. He became more accessible to the common people, transcending his association solely with the pharaoh. During the New Kingdom, the attributes of Horus expanded. He was not only a guardian, but also associated with the sun god Ra, embodying both the celestial and earthly realms. As Egypt experienced foreign influences, Horus's myth adapted to the changing political landscape. The late period saw a resurgence in Horus's role as a nationalistic symbol, rallying the people against foreign rule. Regional variations in the worship of Horus became more pronounced during this time, with different cults emphasizing specific aspects of his mythology based on local beliefs and needs. Horus was not merely a distant deity, he was intimately linked with the earthly ruler, the pharaoh. The falcon god served as a divine patron, guiding and safeguarding the mortal king in his earthly endeavors. The association with Horus bestowed upon the pharaoh a divine legitimacy, reinforcing the belief that he was chosen and protected by the gods to rule over Egypt. The concept of the pharaoh as the living embodiment of Horus on earth was a central tenet of ancient Egyptian belief. The monarchs were seen as the earthly representatives of the divine falcon. The pharaoh, donning the regalia associated with Horus, was tasked with upholding Ma'at, the cosmic order. In doing so, they ensured the prosperity and balance of the kingdom. The great pharaoh Khufu, builder of the iconic Great Pyramid, was believed to be under the protective wing of Horus during his rule. Another notable example is Ramses II, often referred to as Ramses the Great. His many military victories were attributed to the divine guidance of Horus, solidifying the deity's role in shaping the fate of Egypt. At the heart of Horus's symbolism lies the Eye of Horus, an iconic symbol of protection, healing, and spiritual insight. The eye, often depicted as a stylized falcon's eye, served as a powerful amulet and talisman. Each part of the Eye of Horus held a distinct meaning. The eyebrow represented thought, the pupil symbolized sight, and the teardrop stood for healing and protection, a cosmic blueprint for balance and well-being. The falcon, a majestic bird soaring through the skies, became synonymous with Horus. As the symbol of divine kingship, the falcon embodied qualities such as keen vision, swiftness, and vigilance. Horus, with his falcon head, represented a powerful and benevolent force, overseeing the world with a watchful gaze. The symbolism of the falcon extended beyond the divine to influence the cultural identity of ancient Egypt. Horus, with outstretched wings, symbolized protection and divine intervention. The wings, often depicted on statues and reliefs, reinforced the deity's role as a guardian. Solar symbols, such as the sun disk atop the falcon's head, further connected Horus to the celestial realms, emphasizing his association with the sun god Ra and the eternal cycle of life and rebirth. Over the centuries, the depiction of Horus evolved, reflecting the changing cultural and religious landscape. Artists captured the god's essence in diverse poses, emphasizing his role as a protector and divine ruler. One of the most magnificent tributes to Horus stands proudly in the city of Edfu, the Temple of Horus. This grand structure, built during the Ptolemaic period, is a living testament to the enduring worship of the falcon god. The Temple of Edfu is adorned with intricate reliefs and statues depicting Horus's mythological battles and triumphs. Its grandeur and detailed craftsmanship make it one of the best-preserved temples in Egypt. Beyond the grand temples, statues and monuments dedicated to Horus dotted the Egyptian landscape. These sculptures, often depicting the god in regal attire, reinforced his association with divine kingship. Notable among these is the colossal statue of Horus at the Temple of Kom Ombo, where the god is depicted with a double crown, symbolizing his dual role as both a regional and national deity. From his celestial birth to the enduring symbolism of the Eye of Horus, we witness the layers of myth and meaning that defined Horus as a guardian, a symbol of divine kingship, and a celestial force overseeing the cosmic order. Ra, the sun god, held a paramount position in the Egyptian pantheon. As the eternal sun, he embodied life, light, and the cyclical nature of existence. His significance permeated every aspect of ancient Egyptian life, from the grand temples to the humblest of households. Enter the mystical realm of the Heliopolitan Ennead, a divine assembly of 9 revered deities originating in the sacred city of Heliopolis. Among this celestial gathering, Ra emerged as the celestial ruler, his radiance illuminating the very fabric of creation. Within the cosmic dance of gods and goddesses, Ra took center stage. His rule extended beyond the skies, shaping the earthly realm. As the benevolent force sustaining life, Ra also held the power to judge and maintain cosmic order, a duality that defined his divine essence. At the dawn of Egyptian civilization, a celestial force emerged, destined to shape the very fabric of their beliefs. This force was Ra, the radiant sun god, whose origins are deeply intertwined with the mysteries of creation and cosmic order. Ra, the cosmic luminary, held a paramount role in the Egyptian pantheon. As the sun god, he was revered as the bringer of light, warmth, and life itself. His celestial journey across the sky each day marked the perpetual cycle of creation, renewal, and rejuvenation. Picture the radiant sun sailing majestically across the sky in a celestial boat. This solar boat wasn't just a myth. It represented the eternal journey of Ra, symbolizing the cyclical nature of time, sunrise, and sunset. The boat became a powerful metaphor for life's perpetual journey and cosmic balance. At the heart of Egyptian cosmogony lies a tale of divine creation, where Ra, the sun god, played a pivotal role in shaping the universe. In a dance of cosmic forces, Ra embarked on a journey of self-creation, emerging as the radiant force that would govern the celestial realm. As Ra's brilliance expanded, so did his divine family. Nut, the sky goddess, Geb, the earth god, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture, formed the celestial ensemble that would shape the very fabric of the Egyptian pantheon. Each deity contributed a unique essence to the cosmic balance. The intricate relationships within Ra's divine family were the threads that wove the cosmic tapestry of Egyptian mythology. Nut and Geb, locked in a passionate embrace, symbolized the union of the sky and earth. Shu, their son, became the god of air, separating the cosmic elements. Tefnut, the moisture, completed this divine quartet. As the sun sets on the horizon, Ra embarks on a nightly odyssey through the realm of the dead. This journey, concealed in the shadows, unveils the mysteries of the underworld, where Ra faces trials, tribulations, and the ultimate cosmic adversary, Apep, the serpent of chaos. In the cosmic tapestry of Egyptian beliefs, the nightly battle between Ra and Apep is a defining moment. Apep, a symbol of chaos and disorder, seeks to engulf the sun in eternal darkness. Ra, in his solar bark, stands as a beacon of order, engaging in an epic struggle to ensure the perpetuity of light and life. Beyond the celestial spectacle, the battle carries profound symbolism. It reflects the eternal struggle between order and chaos, light and darkness. Ra's victory each night signifies the triumph of cosmic harmony, assuring the resurrection of the sun and the dawning of a new day. Ra, the celestial shapeshifter, assumes various forms that transcend the boundaries of the mundane. From the dawn beetle Khepri to the setting sun deity Atum, each manifestation reveals a unique facet of Ra's multifaceted nature, adding depth to the rich tapestry of Egyptian spirituality. First, we encounter Khepri, the dawn beetle, symbolizing renewal and transformation. Witness the sun's rebirth with each dawn, mirroring the beetle's cyclical journey. Next, Atum, the creator god associated with the setting sun, embodies the transformative power of the cosmic cycle, signaling the end of each day. Khepri, with its daily renewal, represents the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Atum, in his role as the setting sun, signifies completion, transformation, and the promise of a new beginning. These symbols were deeply embedded in Egyptian culture, shaping their beliefs about existence and the cosmic order. Ra's multifaceted nature extends beyond the cosmic realm. In the earthly domain, he influenced diverse aspects of life, from kingship to agriculture. As the bringer of light and life, Ra's radiant influence touched every corner of ancient Egyptian society, fostering prosperity and spiritual connection. Temples dedicated to Ra stood as magnificent monuments, reflecting the splendor of worship and the profound connection between the divine and the mortal realm. Our journey begins with an overview of one of the most awe-inspiring temples, the Karnak Temple, a testament to the grandeur of Ra's worship. Behold the Karnak Temple, a sprawling complex that stood as a beacon of devotion to Ra. Its colossal pylons, hypostyle halls, and sacred precincts bore witness to the fervent worship and rituals dedicated to the sun god. The walls, adorned with hieroglyphs, told the tales of Ra's cosmic journey and divine influence. Step back in time and witness the vibrant rituals that unfolded within the sacred precincts. From daily ceremonies honoring the rising sun to grand festivals celebrating Ra's triumphs, the worshippers engaged in acts of devotion, affirming their connection with the divine and the cosmic order personified by Ra. We embarked on a journey through the dawn of Egyptian civilization, witnessing Ra's emergence as the cosmic force that would shape the very fabric of their beliefs. From the creation myths to the nightly battles against Apep, we delved into the depths of Ra's mythology, uncovering the divine tapestry that defined ancient Egypt. As we stand at the crossroads of ancient and modern, we cannot ignore the enduring impact of Ra. His influence transcends the sands of time, leaving an indelible mark on Egyptian culture. From temples that once echoed with devotion to symbols that persist in contemporary art, Ra's legacy remains as vibrant as the midday sun. Osiris, the illustrious god of the afterlife, fertility, and rebirth, was not born of mortal unions, but from the celestial embrace of two powerful deities, Nut, the sky goddess, and Geb, the earth god. According to ancient Egyptian mythology, Nut and Geb were not only parents, but also represented the vast expanse of the cosmos. Nut, the sky, arched over the earth. Geb and their union gave birth to Osiris, enveloping him in the harmonious duality of the heavens and the earth. The union of Nut and Geb goes beyond mere parentage. It symbolizes the very essence of cosmic order. Nut, stretching across the sky, embodies the celestial realm, representing order, while Geb, the earthly expanse beneath, is the foundation of life and fertility. Osiris, born from this divine union, carries the symbolism of both celestial and earthly parentage. His essence is a bridge between the spiritual and the physical, embodying the interconnectedness of the Egyptian cosmos. Early representations showcased Osiris with distinct characteristics, often holding the crook and flail, a symbol of rulership and fertility. Hieroglyphs played a crucial role in conveying the myth of Osiris. They were not just symbols, but a storytelling medium, immortalizing the narrative of his birth, his divine parents, and the balance they brought to the cosmos. Osiris takes center stage in the Heliopolitan Aeneid, a divine assembly of 9 deities revered in ancient Egyptian cosmology. The Aeneid was a celestial family, each member representing an essential aspect of creation. And there, in their midst, stands Osiris, a god of unparalleled significance. Osiris wasn't just a god among gods. He held a unique position, embodying principles of life, death, and rebirth. His presence in the Heliopolitan Aeneid signifies his importance in the grand narrative of creation. In the beginning, the universe was shrouded in chaos, and from this chaos emerged the Aeneid, led by the wise Osiris. Osiris's presence in the creation myth symbolizes order and purpose. As the world took form, he stood as a beacon of stability, ensuring the balance between the forces of creation and the ever-present chaos. Osiris's role extends beyond the act of creation. He becomes a custodian of divine order and balance, essential elements in the Egyptian worldview. The Egyptians believed that Osiris's influence permeated every aspect of existence, from the cycles of nature to the conduct of rulers. Osiris, often hailed as the Green One, stands as a testament to the symbiotic relationship between the divine and the earthly. He wasn't just a god. He was the embodiment of fertility, the life force that sustained the land and its people. As the god of agriculture, Osiris held the power to bless the fields and ensure bountiful harvests. The ancient Egyptians revered him as the provider of sustenance, linking their prosperity directly to the divine cycles overseen by Osiris. To honor Osiris and seek his blessings, the ancient Egyptians engaged in elaborate rituals and joyous festivals. These events were not merely religious observances, they were vibrant celebrations of the cycles of nature and the agricultural calendar. During these festivities, communities came together, offering prayers and sacrifices to Osiris. The rituals symbolized a harmonious partnership with the divine, ensuring the fertility of the land and the abundance of crops. Osiris's influence extended beyond ceremonies. It permeated the very fabric of ancient Egyptian agricultural practices. The farmers saw Osiris not only as a god, but as a guide, influencing their methods and techniques. Osiris, the god of eternity, transcended his role as a deity and became the very embodiment of ideal kingship in the eyes of the ancient Egyptians. His qualities, wisdom, and sense of justice set the standard for earthly rulers. Kings sought to emulate Osiris, aiming to embody the divine attributes that he personified: fairness, benevolence, and a deep connection to the cosmic order. The pharaohs, considered the living Horus and earthly representatives of the divine, also carried the essence of Osiris within them. They were seen as the bridge between the mortal realm and the afterlife. Much like Osiris, pharaohs were expected to uphold justice, maintain cosmic balance, and ensure the prosperity of their people. The connection to Osiris was not just symbolic, it was a divine mandate that influenced every aspect of their rule. The coronation of a pharaoh was a sacred event, a ritual deeply intertwined with Osiris's divine legacy. The ceremony wasn't just about political ascension, it was a spiritual affirmation of the pharaoh's connection to the divine order. During these rituals, the pharaohs received symbols and regalia associated with Osiris, signifying their divine mandate to govern with wisdom and justice. The rituals reinforced the belief that Osiris's spirit guided the pharaohs in their earthly duties. The Assyrian myth, a cornerstone of Egyptian cosmology, is a tale that resonates across the ages. It begins with Osiris, a god revered for his wisdom and benevolence, but his journey takes a dark turn. Osiris, in all his glory, falls victim to the treacherous plot of his own brother Set. The narrative becomes a profound exploration of cosmic balance, disrupted by jealousy and betrayal. Set, consumed by envy and ambition, orchestrates a deceitful plot that leads to Osiris's tragic demise. In an act of betrayal, Osiris is entombed in a coffin and cast into the Nile, symbolizing the ebb of life and the inevitability of mortality. This pivotal moment marks the descent of Osiris into the realm of the afterlife, a journey that holds profound implications for the Egyptian understanding of death and rebirth. Enter Isis, the devoted sister-wife of Osiris, whose love and grief propel her on a quest to resurrect her fallen husband. Her journey becomes a testament to the enduring power of love, magic, and maternal devotion. Through Isis's unwavering determination and magical prowess, Osiris is momentarily brought back to life. The union of Osiris and Isis leads to the miraculous birth of Horus, the falcon-headed god of protection and kingship. As Osiris's myth resonated across the Nile, a powerful and enduring cult emerged. The worship of Osiris transcended regional boundaries, capturing the hearts and minds of Egyptians from all walks of life. From the bustling cities to the tranquil villages, the reverence for Osiris became a unifying force, a shared spiritual journey that connected the diverse tapestry of ancient Egyptian society. To honor Osiris, majestic temples and sacred sites rose across the Egyptian landscape, like monuments of devotion. These architectural marvels were not just places of worship, but gateways to the divine, where the presence of Osiris was felt profoundly. Temples dedicated to Osiris, such as the renowned Temple of Abydos, became focal points for pilgrims seeking spiritual enlightenment, solace, and a connection to the God of eternity. Pilgrimages, sacred journeys undertaken by devout followers, played a crucial role in the cult of Osiris. These pilgrims traversed the ancient Egyptian landscape, seeking proximity to sacred sites imbued with the divine essence of Osiris. The spiritual significance of Osiris varied across regions, with unique rituals and traditions evolving. Yet the underlying theme remained the same: an earnest quest for spiritual enlightenment and a connection to the God who held the keys to the afterlife. The cult of Osiris, with its diverse expressions and shared devotion, stands as a testament to the profound impact of this god on the spiritual fabric of ancient Egypt. Among the pantheon of gods and goddesses, one enigmatic deity stands out. Set, the god of chaos and disorder, has woven his essence into the fabric of Egyptian mythology. His story, like the shifting sands beneath our feet, holds secrets and surprises that have echoed through the corridors of time. In the shadowy corridors of Egypt's mythic past, Set emerges as a figure shrouded in antiquity. Our journey begins with the origins of this intriguing deity. Set's early appearances in Egyptian mythology are as elusive as the shifting sands themselves. Descriptions and tales from ancient texts paint a picture of a deity both revered and feared. Set's intricate relationships within the divine pantheon are unveiled as we delve into his connections with deities such as Osiris and Isis. The cosmic dance of alliances and conflicts shapes the very essence of Egyptian mythology. Behold the visage of Set, an amalgamation of the divine and the animalistic. Hieroglyphics and artifacts reveal his distinctive form, an animal-headed god with the symbolic Set animal, an iconography that resonates through the epochs. Our exploration takes us into the heart of cosmology and creation myths. Set's role in shaping the very foundations of existence is unveiled as he becomes a pivotal force in the grand tapestry of the Egyptian cosmos. As we venture deeper into the annals of Egyptian mythology, our focus shifts to Set's role in the grand tapestry of the pantheon. Join us in unraveling the complexities of Set's divine presence. Set, the god of chaos and disorder, strides boldly through the pages of history. His essence, a turbulent force, shapes narratives of tumultuous events and cosmic discord. But within chaos lies a delicate balance. Set plays a pivotal role in the cosmic dance, ensuring the equilibrium of Mahat, the Egyptian concept of cosmic order. His chaotic nature, paradoxically, contributes to the harmony of the divine scales. Set's influence extends beyond the metaphysical, manifesting in the natural world. Storms rage, thunder echoes, and the vast desert, a realm of unpredictability, all bear the mark of Set's chaotic touch. Yet, as we traverse the sands, we discover that the worship of Set is a tapestry woven with regional nuances. His veneration fluctuates, adapting to the diverse landscapes and cultures that embraced his chaotic divinity. Over time, the perceptions of Set transform, evolving with the ebb and flow of history. The expressions of devotion to this deity take on unique hues, mirroring the varied landscapes that echoed with the footsteps of his followers. From the tumultuous storms to the serene desert winds, Set's enigmatic presence weaves through the very fabric of Egyptian spirituality. Our expedition into the mystique of Set takes a compelling turn as we delve into the controversies that shroud this deity. Join us as we unravel the intricate threads of Set's involvement in pivotal myths. At the heart of intrigue lies Set's central role in the Osiris myth, a tale of murder, betrayal, and resurrection. Explore with us the tumultuous narrative that binds Set to the fate of Osiris. Set, a figure of paradoxes, is often cast as a trickster in the divine drama. Today, we analyze the controversial aspects of Set's character, a deity whose actions blur the lines between chaos and cosmic order. The cosmic stage witnesses the clash of titans as Set and Horus engage in an infamous battle of gods. We unfold the pages of this timeless rivalry, exploring the motivations and consequences of their divine conflict. In the galleries of ancient art, we encounter Set in diverse forms, a benevolent protector and a malevolent force. These depictions mirror the complexity of his essence, revealing a deity whose nature defies simplistic categorization. From guardian to adversary, Set's duality captivates the artist's brush, leaving us to ponder the multifaceted facets of his character. Join us as we navigate the artistic tapestry that unveils Set's enigmatic nature, a character woven with threads of controversy and contradiction. As we navigate the sacred landscapes of ancient Egypt, our focus shifts to the tangible presence of Set in the daily lives and rituals of the people. Join us on this expedition into the heart of devotion and ceremony. Set, the god of chaos and creation, held a significant place in the religious ceremonies of ancient Egypt. His presence permeated the rituals, a force invoked to bring blessings, protection, and perhaps a touch of the unpredictable. Temples dedicated to Set stood as monuments to divine reverence. Today we explore the echoes of these once grand structures, where the faithful gathered to pay homage to the enigmatic god. Offerings and prayers, like whispers in the desert wind, were directed to Set. Join us as we uncover the artifacts and relics that speak of the devotion expressed through these sacred acts, a testament to the intricate relationship between mortals and the divine. The priesthood dedicated to Set held a unique role in the religious tapestry of ancient Egypt. Their practices, a blend of mysticism and tradition, played a crucial part in maintaining the connection between the mortal realm and the chaotic forces embodied by Set. From sacred chants to elaborate ceremonies, the practices of Set's priesthood were as diverse as the landscapes that surrounded them. Today, we piece together the fragments of these ancient rituals, attempting to decipher the language of devotion spoken to the god of chaos. As we step into the later chapters of Set's story, we witness the ebb and flow of his influence across the ages. Join us in exploring the legacy and modern reinterpretations of the god of chaos. The New Kingdom marked a pivotal period, and with it came a shifting tide in the pantheon's popularity. Set, once a prominent figure, experienced a decline as the dynamics of worship evolved. What led to this transformative moment in the deity's journey? Fast forward to the present day, where Set's ancient spirit resonates in unexpected ways. Explore with us the realms of literature, pop culture, and modern spirituality as Set finds new life in the imaginations of artists, writers, and seekers. The god of chaos, once confined to the pages of history, now strides boldly into our modern consciousness. Discover the myriad faces of Set in contemporary tales, art, and even spiritual practices that draw inspiration from the ancient. But what about the lasting impact? As we navigate the landscapes of Egyptian and global cultural heritage, we examine how Set's presence endures in the collective imagination. As we stand at the crossroads of time, the tapestry of Set's legacy unfolds before us. From the ancient scrolls to the canvases of today, the god of chaos has woven himself into the very fabric of our exploration. Each stroke of the artist's brush, every carefully carved hieroglyphic, tells a tale of a deity who defies simple definition. Set, with his duality and controversy, continues to captivate and mystify, leaving an indelible mark on the sands of history. As we conclude our expedition into the mysteries of Set, we invite you to carry the spirit of chaos and creation with you. Let his enigma linger in your thoughts, a reminder that the ancient world holds secrets waiting to be discovered. Welcome to the mystical realm of ancient Egypt, a land steeped in myth and legend, where gods and goddesses reign supreme over the hearts and minds of its people. Among these divine beings, one figure stands out, revered and enigmatic: Anubis. In the vast pantheon of Egyptian deities, Anubis holds a special place as the god of mummification and the afterlife. His presence permeated every aspect of Egyptian society, from religious rituals to funerary practices. Before we delve deeper into the mysteries of Anubis, let's take a moment to understand the role of gods and goddesses in ancient Egyptian society. To the ancient Egyptians, these divine beings were not merely distant figures to be worshipped, they were integral to every facet of life. From the mighty Ra, the sun god, who journeyed through the sky each day, to Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood, who protected her people with her powerful spells, the gods and goddesses of Egypt were seen as both protectors and guides. They were believed to intervene in the affairs of mortals, offering blessings to the virtuous and punishments to the wicked. And at the heart of this divine hierarchy stood Anubis, the jackal-headed guardian of the dead. We will now unravel the myths and legends surrounding the god of the afterlife, Anubis. To understand the origins of Anubis, we must journey back to the dawn of Egyptian civilization, where myths and legends intertwine with history. Anubis, one of the oldest gods in Egyptian mythology, emerged from the primordial chaos, embodying the mysteries of life and death. Often depicted with the head of a jackal, Anubis's appearance is as striking as it is symbolic. The jackal, a scavenger of the desert, was associated with death and the afterlife, making it a fitting representation for the god who presided over these realms. Anubis was more than just a symbolic figure. He played a vital role in Egyptian religious rituals, particularly in the process of mummification. As the god of embalming and the afterlife, Anubis oversaw the preservation of the deceased's body and guided their soul to the underworld. As for his parentage, the origins of Anubis are shrouded in mystery, much like the god himself. While some myths suggest that he was the son of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Nephthys, others propose a lineage with Set and Nephthys. Regardless of his parentage, Anubis's role as the guardian of the dead remained constant throughout Egyptian history, his presence offering comfort and protection to the souls journeying to the afterlife. In the realm of Egyptian religion and funerary practices, Anubis reigned supreme, his presence felt in every aspect of the journey to the afterlife. From the moment of death to the final judgment, Anubis played a crucial role in guiding the souls of the departed. One of the most sacred rituals involving Anubis was the weighing of the heart ceremony, conducted in the Hall of Ma'at. Here, the heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. Anubis presided over this solemn ceremony, ensuring that the scales remained balanced. If the heart was found to be lighter than the feather, it meant that the soul had lived a righteous life and could proceed to the afterlife. But if the heart was heavy with sin, it would be devoured by the fearsome beast, Ammit. Beyond the halls of judgment, Anubis continued to guide the souls of the departed through the treacherous journey to the afterlife. With his keen sense of direction and unwavering vigilance, he protected grave sites from desecration and ensured that the deceased found their rightful place in the kingdom of Osiris. The importance of Anubis extended beyond the realm of the spiritual, as his statues and imagery adorned tombs and temples throughout ancient Egypt. These representations served not only as symbols of protection, but also as reminders of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. At the heart of Anubis's symbolism lies his jackal form, a powerful representation of death and embalming. The jackal, with its association with scavenging and the desert, was seen by the ancient Egyptians as a creature of the underworld, roaming the night in search of souls. Thus, Anubis's jackal-headed form served as a fitting embodiment of death and the afterlife. But Anubis was not merely a symbol of death, he was also a guardian and protector of the deceased. In this role, he watched over grave sites, ensuring that the souls of the departed remained undisturbed and safe from harm. In Egyptian mythology, Anubis's unwavering vigilance made him a trusted companion on the journey to the afterlife, guiding souls through the treacherous paths of the underworld. Throughout history, Anubis has been depicted in a variety of forms, from imposing statues to intricate hieroglyphs. These representations not only served as symbols of reverence, but also as reminders of Anubis's enduring presence in the lives of the ancient Egyptians. Anubis's influence extended beyond the realm of art and imagery, as his presence could be felt in the sacred texts and rituals of Egyptian religion. In hymns and prayers, Anubis was invoked as a protector and guide, his name spoken with reverence and awe. As we continue our exploration of the enigmatic deity Anubis, we uncover a trove of fascinating facts and trivia that shed light on the lesser-known aspects of this ancient god's legacy. Did you know that beyond his role as the guardian of the dead, Anubis was also associated with healing and magic? In ancient Egypt, Anubis was often invoked in healing rituals, where his divine presence was believed to bring comfort and relief to the sick and afflicted. His connection to magic was equally profound, with spells and incantations invoking his name for protection and guidance. But perhaps one of the most intriguing connections involving Anubis is his association with the constellation Canis Major, the great dog in the night sky. In ancient Egyptian mythology, Anubis was sometimes equated with the celestial dog that followed the great hunter god, Orion, across the heavens. This celestial connection further underscores Anubis's role as a guardian and guide in both the earthly realm and the stars above. Anubis's significance extends beyond his celestial associations, as he played a central role in the Osirian myth cycle, one of the most enduring narratives in Egyptian mythology. In this myth, Anubis played a crucial role in the journey of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who was slain by his jealous brother Set. It was Anubis who embalmed Osiris's body, preparing him for his journey to the underworld and eventual resurrection. Finally, Anubis's legacy lives on in modern interpretations and representations, where he continues to captivate audiences around the world. Whether portrayed as a stoic guardian or a mysterious deity, Anubis remains a symbol of death, rebirth, and the enduring mysteries of the afterlife. As we reach the conclusion of our journey through the realm of Anubis, we are left with a profound appreciation for the enduring legacy of this ancient deity. Across the millennia, Anubis has left an indelible mark on Egyptian culture and continues to captivate hearts and minds around the world. Anubis's imagery and symbolism have permeated every aspect of human expression, from ancient art and literature to contemporary media and pop culture. His jackal-headed form and enigmatic presence have inspired countless artists, writers, and filmmakers to explore the mysteries of death and the afterlife. In today's world, the fascination with Anubis in Egyptian mythology remains as strong as ever. From blockbuster movies to best-selling novels, Anubis continues to play a prominent role in popular culture, his image serving as a potent symbol of death, rebirth, and the eternal cycle of life. The legacy of Anubis extends to the hearts and minds of people around the world who are drawn to the rich tapestry of Egyptian mythology. Through museums, exhibitions, and archaeological discoveries, Anubis continues to inspire wonder and curiosity, inviting us to explore the ancient wisdom of the Nile Valley. In closing, Anubis stands as more than just a figure from the distant past. He is a timeless symbol of the human quest for understanding and transcendence. As we gaze upon his jackal-headed visage, we are reminded of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of mortality and the enduring legacy of those who have come before us. And so, we bid farewell to Anubis, the guardian of the dead, the guide to the afterlife, and a symbol of the eternal journey of the human spirit. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the fascinating world of Anubis and Egyptian mythology. See you next time. Get ready to dive into the magical world of Bastet. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate the captivating realm of Egyptian deities. Picture a civilization where gods and goddesses weren't distant figures, but integral forces shaping every aspect of life, from birth to the afterlife. Egyptian deities weren't just beings to be worshipped, they were a reflection of the cosmic order, guardians of balance in a world of mystery. Today, our spotlight shines on one of these remarkable entities, Bastet, the goddess who held the keys to home, fertility, and protection. She wasn't just a divine figure, she was a guardian, a symbol of the very fabric that wove through the lives of the ancient Egyptians. Imagine a deity fierce enough to protect, yet gentle enough to nurture. Bastet, with her enigmatic blend of strength and grace, held a special place in the hearts of those who sought her blessings. Bubastis, situated along the fertile Nile Delta, was not just a city. It was the cradle of Bastet's worship. The very soil beneath it bore witness to the emergence of this revered goddess. Imagine a city pulsating with the energy of devotion, its streets alive with the echoes of worship. As we journey through time, we witness the evolution of Bastet's character. From her early manifestations as a lioness deity, embodying ferocity and protection, to the gradual transformation into a more domesticated cat goddess, symbolizing the gentler aspects of home and fertility. Now let's uncover Bastet's role in the grand pantheon of Egyptian gods and goddesses. She wasn't just a singular entity. She held a unique place, often invoked as the defender of the home and the benevolent protector of those who sought her divine favor. As time marched forward, so did the artistry that adorned the temples and tombs of ancient Egypt. The evolution of Bastet's iconography is a tale in itself, from the fierce lioness to the graceful domestic cat. Each representation told a story, capturing the essence of the times and the beliefs of the people. Through the skilled hands of artisans, Bastet's image transformed, mirroring the ebb and flow of Egyptian society. Join me as we explore the intricate details etched into statues and carvings, revealing not just an artistic evolution, but a cultural one as well. Among the many facets of Bastet's character, one that stands out is her fierce protectiveness, particularly towards women and children, a deity whose embrace shields the vulnerable, whose presence brings comfort in times of peril. Bastet was painted as a guardian, a nurturing force in the lives of those who sought her refuge. Let's unravel the intriguing transformation of Bastet from a formidable lioness deity to a more domesticated cat goddess. Witness the shift from ferocity to grace as Bastet adapts to the changing beliefs and values of ancient Egyptian society. Imagine Egypt coming alive with the rhythm of drums, the sway of dancers, and the jubilation of festivals dedicated to Bastet. These celebrations weren't merely rituals. They were expressions of gratitude, joy, and the profound connection between the people and their goddess. These gatherings were not only a time for merriment, but also moments when the divine and mortal worlds converged, forging a bond that transcended time itself. Our next stop is the renowned Temple of Bubastis, a colossal structure that stood as a testament to the adoration for Bastet. Imagine wandering through its grand halls, where the air was thick with the fragrance of incense and the chants of devoted worshippers echoed through the sacred chambers. We step further into the heart of worship and delve into the intricate rituals and ceremonies performed in honor of Bastet. From offerings of food and incense to elaborate processions, each ritual carried profound significance, symbolizing the devotion of the ancient Egyptians to their beloved goddess. Central to the worship of Bastet were the priests and priestesses who served as intermediaries between the mortal realm and the divine. Explore with us the roles and responsibilities of these spiritual guardians who ensured the sanctity of the rituals and maintained the connection between the people and their goddess. Through the sacred spaces of Bastet has unveiled the devotion and cultural significance surrounding her worship. As we step forward in time, let's explore how Bastet's influence persisted in later periods of history and transcended the borders of ancient Egypt. Discover with me the threads connecting this feline deity to different cultures and civilizations, showcasing the adaptability and timeless allure of Bastet. Fast forward to the present day, and Bastet continues to prowl through the fabric of modern Egyptian culture. From street art to contemporary literature, explore with us how Bastet's image has seamlessly integrated into the tapestry of global popular culture, captivating the imagination of people around the world. Archaeological excavations have unveiled treasures that further illuminate Bastet's story. Join me as we discuss the artifacts and inscriptions that provide invaluable insights into the practices, beliefs, and the widespread worship of this goddess in ancient times. Our journey doesn't end in the pages of history. Bastet's charm endures in the contemporary world, captivating the hearts and minds of many. From fashion to film, explore how this ancient deity has become an icon, leaving an indelible mark on the cultural landscape of today. As we conclude, let's take a moment to summarize the key points that made our journey so special. we explored Bastet's origins in the ancient city of Bubastis, witnessed the evolution of her character through different periods of history, and delved into the myths and stories that surrounded this benevolent goddess. From her protective nature towards women and children to the vibrant festivals dedicated to her, Bastet's influence resonates through the annals of time. We uncovered the symbolism behind Bastet's various forms, her associations with animals, and the symbols that adorned her temples, the Ankh, the Sistrum, each carrying a profound meaning in the worship of this divine feline. Our journey also took us to the temples dedicated to Bastet, where rituals, ceremonies, and the devotion of priests and priestesses echoed through the sacred halls. We traced Bastet's influence through later periods of history, explored her presence in modern Egyptian and global popular culture, and discovered how this ancient goddess continues to capture our imaginations even today. Thank you for being a part of this journey. Your curiosity and engagement have truly made this exploration of Bastet's world a remarkable experience. If you're as fascinated by ancient Egyptian mythology as I am, I encourage you to continue your quest for knowledge. Remember that the mysteries of the ancient world are boundless. May your curiosity continue to lead you on exciting journeys of discovery. Until next time, thank you and farewell.